Warcraft III Reign of Chaos, released in 2002. This is the game which changes the format of the whole franchise. Real heroes, permanent death, a story that finally has room to breathe outside of 2-paragraph mission briefings, and the manual changes format to match it. Gone are the in-universe first-person accounts like Aegwyn's and Gul'dan's. In their place, 4 full illustrated histories: human, orc, undead, and night elf, written in third person, plus an entirely new section that had never existed before in a Warcraft manual, the origin of the Burning Legion itself, going back to the birth of the universe. This is also where the manual finally answers the questions the last 2 games kept circling without naming. Who is actually running this war? Not Doomhammer, not Gul'dan, not even Medivh, something older, and something that has been moving pieces since before any of them were even born. A quick note before we get into things: thank you to my channel members for supporting the channel. More info about this at the end if you want to join as well. Let's get into it. Part 1. The Human History. The Alliance of Lordaeron after the Second War. The manual picks up exactly where Beyond the Dark Portal left off, and it does something that earlier manuals didn't bother with. It tells you, plainly, how the last war actually ended. Lothar's forces pushed Doomhammer's clans out of Lordaeron and back into Azeroth, laid siege to Blackrock Spire, and in a desperate last charge, Doomhammer and Lothar fought each other directly in the Burning Steppes. Doomhammer won that duel, and Lothar died. The manual's own account is unusually direct about how anticlimactic this victory turned out to be. The great hero's death did not have the effect the war chief had hoped for, because Thrall, Lothar's lieutenant, picked up his fallen commander's shield and rallied the alliance for a counterattack that broke what was left of the Horde. The survivors fled to the Dark Portal itself, and in the Swamp of Sorrows, at the foot of the portal, the war ended for good. Doomhammer was taken prisoner. His clans were hauled back to Lordaeron in chains. Everything from Beyond the Dark Portal gets a condensed recap here too. Ner'zhul's second invasion, Khadgar's expedition to Draenor, the destruction of the portal, the world's death throes, and then the manual adds something the last game's ending left ambiguous: Grim Batol. After the second portal's destruction, most of the renegade orc clans left on Azeroth got rounded up, except one. The Dragonmaw clan, led by the warlock Necros, had held onto the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and her entire Red Dragon flight using a captured artifact called the Demon Soul. Based out of the old dwarven stronghold of Grim Batol, Necros was quietly building an army with the intention of reuniting the Horde. It took a small group of resistance fighters, led by a reckless young mage named Ronin, working with dwarven's resistance fighters already inside Khazad-dûm to destroy the Demon Soul and free Alexstrasza. The newly freed Red Dragons did not respond gently. They incinerated the Dragonmaw clan on the spot. That's the end of organised orcish military resistance in the world, and it's also the beginning of something the manual states almost clinically. With Necros dead, the orcs left in the internment camps slipped into crippling lethargy. We'll come back to why. It's one of the more important mysteries this manual sets up, and Antonidas, the Archmage of Dalaran, gets the first serious attempt at an answer, which we'll cover in a minute. The Alliance splinters. This is the section that explains why, by the time Warcraft 3 starts, the Alliance barely means anything anymore. It's a genuinely unflattering account of how a coalition falls apart once the emergency that created it is over. King Terenas has convinced the Alliance nations to fund the rebuilding of Stormwind. Taxes that, combined with other expense of running internment camps, convinced several rulers, Gen Greymane of Gul'dan chief among them, that they'd be better off on their own. Then the High Elves of Silvermoon rescinded their allegiance entirely, blaming the Alliance's leadership for the burning of Quel'thalas during the Second War. A charge Terenas pointed out was more than a little unfair, since it was human soldiers who died defending that forest in the first place. The elves left anyway. Gilneas and Stormguard followed. What's left? Terenas himself, Admiral Proudmoore of Kultiras, the young King Varian Rin of Azeroth, the Kirin Tor of Dalaran under Archmage Antonidas, and the dwarves of Ironforge under King Magni Bronzebeard, who considered themselves permanently in the Alliance's debt for the liberation of Khazad-dûm. That's the entire roster. 4 kingdoms and a wizard city holding together what used to be a continent-spanning coalition. A new generation. With peace holding, Barely. The manual introduces the cast that Warcraft 3 is actually going to be about. King Terenas' only son, Arthas, trained as a swordsman by Muradin Bronzebeard, inducted into the Knights of the Silver Hand at 19 under Uther the Lightbringer, who treated him more like a favoured nephew than a student. Headstrong, arrogant, but brave. The manual doesn't hide that Arthas has a temper problem even here, well before anything goes wrong. When troll warbands of Zolaman started raiding the Quel'Thalasian border, Arthas hunted them down himself. And then the Romancer citizenry apparently would not stop talking about Arthas and Jaina Proudmoore, Admiral Proudmoore's youngest daughter and the star pupil of the Kirin Tor under Antonidas himself, a woman heralded as a prodigy, tipped by her own mentor to become, in the manual's own words, the greatest sorceress humanity has ever produced. The manual is careful about how this ends. Not tragedy, not betrayal, just two people whose lives were pointed in different directions. Jaina knew her calling was magical research, not the Lordaeron throne room. They parted ways mutually and refocused on their duties, which makes the version of this relationship that Warcraft 3 is about to put through hell land even harder in hindsight, because the manual goes out of its way to tell you this breakup was amicable. The shadows return. 13 years of peace, then it starts to unravel, and the manual lays out 3 separate threads at once, deliberately, so you can feel the walls closing in before the game even starts. Thread 1. A new horde. A young, unnamed war chief has rallied the surviving orc clans and is waging a guerrilla campaign against the internment system, attacking Strathhome to rescue a captured warrior, destroying Dunhold Fortress outright and killing the officers running it. Uther and his paladins are sent to put it down and can't even find the enemy. The manual calls this war chief something of a tactical genius. It does not name him, we already know though who it is. Thread 2. Death cults. Rumours of a secret society forming in Lordaeron's northern provinces, offering eternal life on Earth to the disenfranchised and disheartened. The manual doesn't connect this to anything yet, as it doesn't need to. Thread 3. Unstated but implied by everything else in the manual, Antonidas has been trying to figure out why the orcs went catatonic in the internment camps, and his theory is that the last thing the human history section leaves you with. He'd researched what he could of orcish history and concluded the orcs had been under the influence of demonic power, warlock magic, for generations, possibly since before their first invasions of Azeroth. Their strength, endurance, aggression, all of it artificially heightened by something that had been corrupted in their blood, and their current lethargy wasn't a disease, it was more of a withdrawal, a long-term racial detox from a corruption they didn't choose and didn't understand. Antonidas couldn't find a cure. He concluded, and the manual ends a section on this line deliberately, that the orcs' only cure would have to be a spiritual one. A bit of extra lore for you here. Christie Golden's novel Lord of the Clans from 2001 tells this escape in far more detail than the manual has room for, and it adds a character the games never mention at all. Thrall's only real friend during his captivity wasn't a fellow orc, it was Teritha Foxton, the daughter of Blackmoor's major domo, whose family had earned some favour after her own mother nursed Thrall as an infant. She smuggled him books and notes for years, and it's Teritha who actually sets the fire that lets Thrall escape Dunhold in the first place, at real risk to herself. She's also where his blue eyes come from, being treated as meaningful rather than a design choice. Among orcs whose eyes had long since gone yellow and red from demonic corruption, Thrall's blue eyes mark him as somehow untouched by it, and the novel makes clear that's not an accident of genetics so much as a sign of who his parents were and that they refused to drink. The novel's ending is considerably darker than anything the games show. When Thrall finally storms Dunhold to free the internment camps, Blackmoor has Teritha executed and her head thrown at Thrall's feet, trying to break him in his final moments. It doesn't work. That's your setup. A mystery war chief nobody can catch, a death cult nobody's investigating, and a race-wide diagnosis nobody can treat. Every piece of Warcraft 3's opening act is already sitting on the table. The orc history section opens opens by retelling Gul'dan's betrayal from the outside, a useful contrast because the Warcraft II manual gave you this story from inside Gul'dan's own head, self-justifying and grandiose. Here, it's just a fact of military history. During the final days of the Second War, as Doomhammer prepared his last assault on Lordaeron's capital, Gul'dan and his renegade clans simply abandoned their posts and sailed for the Tomb of Sargeras. Doomhammer lost nearly half of his standing army, took a desertion, and was forced to pull back from what should have been the Horde's decisive victory. Gul'dan opened the tomb. He found only demons. Doomhammer sent forces to punish him for it, and Gul'dan was torn apart by the very demons he'd unleashed before anyone from the Horde even arrived. The manual's framing is blunt about what it cost the Horde. Gul'dan, yes, but the entire war along with him. His betrayal gave the Alliance the breathing room to regroup, retaliate, and eventually win. Ner'zhul and the Shadow Clans. This section covers Beyond the Dark Portal's Orc campaign from the outside, and it's worth noting what changes in the retelling. The internment camps are described as a genuine Alliance success story at first. Well guarded, well run out of the old prison fortress of Durnhold, keeping a tense peace. Then Ner'zhul, the former mentor of Gul'dan, rallies the clans left on Draenor and reopens the Dark Portal to steal the artifacts he needs. Grom Hellscream of the Warsong clan and Kilrog Deadeye of the Bleeding Hollow clan lead the raid. Turalyon and Khadgar lead the Alliance response into Draenor itself. And here's the detail the Warcraft II manual didn't give you, because it was written from Kil'jaeden's side of the story rather than the Orcs. As Draenor started to buckle apart from the portal's energies, Hellscream and Deadeye realised Ner'zhul's plan would kill every Orc still on the planet, and they broke off, fought their way back through the human lines, and escaped through the Dark Portal just as it exploded behind them. They didn't do it out of loyalty to Ner'zhul, they did it despite him. Ner'zhul, meanwhile, escaped through his own portal with only his most trusted followers, abandoning the clans still fighting on Draenor's surface to die when the world came apart. That's the same core act of betrayal Gul'dan committed against Doomhammer, run again one generation later, except this time it's dressed up as a visionary leadership instead of naked treachery. The manual is quietly building a pattern. Every Orc leader who reaches for power beyond the clan structure eventually sacrifices the clans to get it. Day of the Dragon. Grim Battle retold from the Orc side. The Dragonmaw clan under Necros holding Alexstrasza hostage with the Demon Soul, trying to rebuild the Horde in secret. Roning's resistance cell frees the Dragon Queen. Alexstrasza's fight annihilates the Dragonmaw clan. The manual states outright that this is the moment that signalled the end of the Horde, and the end of the Orcs' furious bloodlust. Two clans gone in two consecutive betrayals. Stormreader and Twilight's Hammer torn apart in the Tomb of Sargeras' civil war. Dragonmaw incinerated by Dragonfire. Whatever's left of the Horde after this is a camp full of inmates rather than an army. Lethargy and interment. The manual gives Antonidus' theory again from the Orc side, but adds the detail that matters most for what's coming. The internment camp's wardens noticed their captives becoming increasingly aloof and lethargic, and that the strangeness of it, a race famous for raw aggression simply losing the will to fight or even to escape, confounded everyone watching it happen. Antonidus concluded the cure would have to be spiritual. The Orc history section is about to show you exactly what the cure looked like, and it didn't come from Dalaran. Thrall's Tale. This is the heart of the entire section, and it's told with more warmth and narrative care than almost anything in the first two manuals combined. During the First War, a human officer named Aedlus Blackmaw found an infant orc abandoned in the wilds and raised him out of pure calculation. Blackmaw named him Thrall, raised him as a slave and gladiator at the prison fortress of Durnhold, and intended to educate him into a leader he could personally control, training an orc to conquer the Horde on Blackmaw's behalf so that Blackmaw himself could rule through him. 19 years later, Thrall escaped. He found the internment camps and discovered his people strangely cowed and lethargic, nothing like the proud warriors he'd imagined. He sought out the one orc chieftain who'd never stopped fighting, Grom Hellscream, still waging an underground war with his loyal Warsong clan, unable to rouse the rest of the Horde from its stupor no matter what he tried. Hellscream's idealism is what plants the seed in Thrall, a strong empathy for the Horde and its warrior traditions, formed before Thrall even knew his own bloodline. And then the reveal the manual has been building towards this entire section. Thrall travelled north seeking the truth of his origins and found the Frostwolf clan. The clan Gul'dan had exiled during the First War for refusing to take part in his warlock corruption. Thrall discovered he was the son of Durotan, the true chieftain of the Frostwolves, murdered in the wilds nearly 20 years earlier. Under the shaman Drek'Thar, Thrall relearned the ancient shamanistic traditions Gul'dan's regime had buried, took his place as Frostwolf chieftain, and set out to do what Antonidas couldn't diagnose from the library in Dalaran: heal his race of its demonic corruption from the inside. He found that Doomhammer himself, living as a hermit, the old war chief, having escaped Lordaeron and gone into hiding, was befriended by a close friend of Durotan's who chose to follow Thrall instead. With veteran chieftains rallying behind him, Thrall revitalized the Horde and gave it what the manual calls a new spiritual identity. He returned to Dunhold, the fortress where he'd been enslaved, and laid siege to it, freeing the internment camps by force. Doomhammer fell in that battle. Thrall took up his hammer and his black plate armor and became the new war chief. Antonidas said the cure had to be spiritual. It was, but the cure wasn't administered by a human wizard. It was an orc raised by humans, choosing his own people over the throne a human wanted to hand him. That's the Horde Warcraft III opens with. Not the demon corrupted killing machine of the first two games, but something closer to a nation trying to remember who it used to be before Kil'jaeden ever found Ner'zhul. Part 3: Undead History, the origin of the Lich King. This section is the biggest retcon by expansion in the entire franchise up to this point, and it's worth sitting with how far back it reaches. Everything the Warcraft II manual told you about Ner'zhul turns out to have been the first act of a story that ends somewhere almost nobody would have guessed. The shaman, Ner'zhul, origin of the Lich King. Kil'jaeden, introduced here as second in command of the Legion, is the demon who corrupted the orcs from the very beginning, and the manual finally names how it started. He approached Ner'zhul directly, promising him power and dominion over Draenor, and Ner'zhul, calculating and power hungry by nature, made a blood pact that bound his people to the Legion's will without most of them ever knowing it. When Kil'jaeden realised Ner'zhul lacked the will to actually forge the orcs into the army he wanted, he found a more willing instrument, Ner'zhul's own apprentice, Gul'dan, and let him do what his teacher wouldn't. Ner'zhul, powerless to stop what he'd started, watched his protege succeed at corrupting an entire people using the exact playbook Ner'zhul had opened the door for. Some extra lore here as well. This manual's paragraph compresses what Christie Golden's Rise of the Horde from 2006 tells us across the entire novel, and it's much more sympathetic and much crueler story than Power Hungry suggests. In the book, Kil'jaeden's real target isn't the orcs at all, it's the Draenei, a peaceful, blue-skinned people led by the Prophet Velen who'd fled Kil'jaeden and the Legion once already, and settled on Draenor believing they were safe. Kil'jaeden manipulates Ner'zhul by impersonating his deceased wife's spirit to win his trust, then convinces him the Draenei are a threat that must be dealt with, all as cover for what's actually a genocide. The novel is also where the game's green orc skin gets explained for the first time. Orcs were originally grey-skinned, and it's only after Gul'dan introduces Manaroth's demon blood as a battle rite that their skin turns green and their eyes go from brown to the corrupted yellow and red seen throughout the games. Durotan and Draka, Thrall's parents, are shown refusing to drink that blood, which is exactly why their son is born with untainted blue eyes rather than the corrupted colour everyone else has. And Ner'zhul himself gets a redemption beat the games never show. Once he realises what Kil'jaeden's actually tricked him into, he's horrified and tries to warn the clans not to drink Manaroth's blood, but most drink it anyway, and it's Gul'dan, spying on his own mentor's private horror, who reports Ner'zhul's doubts straight back to Kil'jaeden, which is what sets up the mentor's downfall the Warcraft II manual already told us about. That's the reframe the whole manual is built on. Ner'zhul didn't just fail to prevent the Horde's corruption, he originated it. Everything Gul'dan did, the Shadow Council, the abandonment of shamanism, the 2 invasions of Azeroth, traces back to a bargain Ner'zhul struck first and only backed out of once he realised where it was going. When the Second War ended in defeat, Ner'zhul feared Kil'jaeden's retribution and opened his own escape portals, the ones from beyond the Dark Portal, abandoning his own clans on a dying Draenor, exactly as we already knew. What the Warcraft II manual didn't tell you is the moment Ner'zhul and his followers crossed into the Twisting Nether, Kil'jaeden was waiting. Furious at Ner'zhul's earlier defiance, the demon tortured him, tearing his body apart piece by piece while keeping his spirit conscious of every second of it, all without ever letting him die. When Ner'zhul begged for death, Kil'jaeden's answer was that the blood pact that was still binding, and he had one more use for his pawn: Kil'jaeden and the New Deal. The plan: Ner'zhul's spirit, stripped of his body, sealed inside a block of diamond-hard ice gathered from the depths of the Twisting Nether, encased in what the manual calls the Frozen Cask. His consciousness expanded, in the manual's own words, 10,000-fold, warped by the demon's chaotic power into something no longer really Ner'zhul at all. At that moment, the manual states plainly, the orc known as Ner'zhul was shattered forever, and the Lich King was born. His mission, explained to him once the transformation was complete, was to spread a plague of death and terror across Azeroth that would wipe out human civilization, with every victim rising as undead bound to his will forever. Kil'jaeden promised that if Ner'zhul succeeded, he'd be freed from his curse and given a new body. Kil'jaeden didn't trust him, hence the Dreadlords, vampiric demon overseers assigned to watch the Lich King and make sure he stayed on task. Tichondrius, most powerful and cunning of them, took a personal interest in the assignment, fascinated by the plague's severity and the Lich King's unbridled potential for genocide. Icecrown and the Frozen Throne. Kil'jaeden hurled Ner'zhul's icy prison back into the physical world. It struck Northrend, buried itself in the Icecrown Glacier, and its warped shape, scarred by the impact, came to resemble a throne. From inside it, Ner'zhul began reaching out with his vastly expanded consciousness, enslaving the minds of Northrend's native creatures, ice trolls, Wendigo, and testing his powers on remote human settlements, wiping out every soul in 3 days and discovering, almost by accident, that he could raise the dead and control them as easily as puppets. He found their spirits nourishing. Controlling zombies was, in his own experience, child's play. Then came the War of the Spider, a 10-year campaign against the ancient subterranean spider kingdom of Azol Nerub, whose Nerubian inhabitants turned out to be immune to both his plague and his telepathic domination. Ner'zhul won by attrition, using dreadlords and sheer undead numbers to grind the Nerubians down, and, in a detail that becomes visually important later, adopted their distinctive spiraled architecture for his own fortresses. The Scourge's buildings, in other words, are stolen Nerubian designs. Kel'Thuzad and the Cult of the Damned. With Northrend secured, Ner'zhul turned his mental broadcast towards the human world, and one man in particular heard it clearly: Kel'Thuzad, senior archmage of the Kirin Tor, a maverick for years over his obsession with necromancy, a subject his peers in Dalaran considered beneath serious study. Convinced the Kirin Tor was too squeamish to seize the power in the dark arts, Kel'Thuzad sold everything he owned, abandoned Dalaran, and walked to Northrend alone, passing through the ruins of the Zol Nerub on the way and witnessing firsthand the scale of what Ner'zhul had built. He reached Icecrown, descended into the glacier, and knelt before the frozen throne to offer his soul. Ner'zhul kept him human deliberately, because he needed Kel'Thuzad's charisma and reputation intact for the job ahead, returned to Lordaeron and found a religion that would worship the Lich King as a god. Over 3 years, Kel'Thuzad built the Cult of the Damned, promising the disenfranchised and overworked labourers of Lordaeron social equality and eternal life in exchange for service. The cult's success at converting a citizenry's faith in the Holy Light into devotion to Ner'zhul's shadow surprised even Quel'Thas. It's the death cults the human history section mentioned in passing. Now you know exactly what they were. The forming of the Scourge, the final stage. Ner'zhul places plague energies into portable artifacts called plague cauldrons, and had Quel'Thas's cultists smuggle them into villages across northern Lordaeron. The cauldrons acted as a plague generator. Within days, contaminated villages had zombie populations. The cultists themselves were eager participants, willing to die for the promise of resurrection. Quel'Thas looked at the growing undead army and gave it a name that would carry it into Warcraft III, the Scourge. The section closes on Ner'zhul himself, still bodiless, still trapped in the frozen throne, resenting the curse he can't escape and searching, the manual tells us directly, for a suitable host, some hapless dupe who was torn between darkness and light, so that he could possess that body and finally walk free. If you played Warcraft 3, you already know exactly who that's going to be. The manual is telling you the ending of Arthas' story before you even reach the part where he's introduced as a hero. Part 4, Night Elf History, the War of the Ancients. This is the deepest the series has gone back in time, and it's the first time your manual has given the Night Elves their own dedicated history section at all. 10,000 years before the First War, Azeroth had one continent, Kalimdor, built around a lake of raw magical power at its centre, the Well of Eternity, drawing energy from what the manual calls the infinite great dark beyond the world, the Kald'rai and the Well of Eternity. A primitive tribe of nocturnal humanoids settled around the well's shores and were transformed by its energy, made strong, wise, and effectively immortal. They called themselves the Kald'rai, or Children of the Stars, and worshipped the moon goddess Elune, believing she slept within the well during daylight hours. Their queen, Ashara, built a palace on the well's edge and staffed it with an elite caste she called the Quel'thalas, the Highborn, who considered themselves superior to the rest of Kald'rai society and were quietly resented for it. Ashara ordered the Highborn to study the well and unlock its secrets. They discovered that they could manipulate its energy to create or destroy. In other words, they invented magic. Cenarius, the demigod of the wild, and the wiser Night Elf scholars warned that this was inherently dangerous. Ashara ignored them though. As the Highborn's power grew, so did their cruelty. Ashara herself grew cold, withdrawn, and increasingly isolated from anyone but her most trusted priests. A young scholar named Furion Stormrage, whose own brother Illidan practiced the Highborn's magic, began to suspect something was corrupting them both. The War of the Ancients. The Highborn's reckless magic sent ripples of energy out through the great dark beyond, into the twisting nether, and those ripples reached Sargeras. The manual introduces him here for the first time by his full title, the great enemy of all life, the Ravager of Worlds. Drawn to Azeroth by the well's limitless energy, Sargeras gathered the Burning Legion, a million demons pulled from across the universe, and marched. Ashara, overwhelmed by the terrible ecstasy of her magic, welcomed Sargeras. Her Highborn helped her open the portal within the well itself. The Legion poured through under Archimonde and Manaroth, burning Kalimdor cities, hurling infernals down like meteors, marching the Doomguard across the fields, unleashing fellhounds on the countryside. The Kald'rai were losing ground inch by inch. Some extra lore that the manual doesn't touch on here is that The War of the Ancients is actually a book trilogy by Richard A. Nark from 2004 and 2005. The series itself is called War of the Ancients, but each book is called The Well of Eternity, The Demon Soul, and The Sundering. The trilogy adds an entire cast the manual has no room for. Ronin, a human mage from 10,000 years in the future, gets pulled backwards through time along with a small group of allies, specifically to make sure history unfolds the way it's supposed to. Krasus, his guide, turns out to be Quel'thalas, one of Alexstrasza's own red dragons, disguised in a mortal body and aged prematurely from the strain of the time jump. And Broxigar, an orc dragged along for the ride, ends up fighting Sargeras directly during the climactic battle and lands a wound on the Demon Lord that Sargeras carries for the rest of his existence, which is a detail nothing before this trilogy has ever suggested. The person who leaves a permanent mark on the single greatest threat in the entire cosmology is a random orc grunt swept up by accident. The trilogy also gives Illidan's betrayal far more room to breathe than the manual's single paragraph. Readers actually watch him agonise over the decision to warn Azshara, torn between his addiction to magic and his love for Tyrande, rather than just being told he felt no remorse after the fact. If you want a longer, more novelistic angle on Azshara's court, the actual portal ritual, or Illidan's interior conflict, this trilogy of books is the single most direct extended universe source for this part in the lore. The Sundering of the World. Furion set out to organise resistance, bringing his brother Illidan and the priestess Tyrande, who loved Furion, though both brothers loved her, to find Cenarius. Illidan, already dependent on the well's power and struggling with what the manual describes plainly as an addiction, helped anyway, and Cenarius rallied the ancient dragons, Alexstrasza's Red Flight, to fight in the air, an army of 3 men to fight on the ground. But Furion realised martial strength alone wouldn't be enough. The Well of Eternity itself was a legion's umbilical cord into the physical world, and it had to be destroyed. His companions balked, since the well was also the source of their immortality. Tyrande sided with Furion, and Illidan didn't. Terrified of losing his power forever, Illidan betrayed his brother and warned Azshara of the plan, the single most consequential decision he makes in the entire history of the setting, and the manual doesn't soften it. Illidan felt no remorse at betraying Furion and siding with Azshara and her ilk. The battle at Azshara's temple went badly for the resistance. Most of Furion's followers fell. Tyrande was nearly killed by highborn guardsmen, but while the fighting raged, Illidan had a change of heart of sorts. Convinced the demons would win regardless, he filled a set of vials with the well's waters, intending to keep the magic alive for himself no matter what happened to anyone else. The chaos of Furion and Azshara's duel destabilised the Highborn ritual completely. The well imploded. The resulting explosion shattered nearly 80% of Kalimdor's landmass, sinking it beneath a new ocean, leaving only a churning storm of magical energy at the centre, the Maelstrom, where the well used to be. Mount Hyjal and Illidan's gift. Furion, Tyrande and Cenarius survived and led the scattered refugees to the one landmass still standing, Mount Hyjal. There they found a small lake at the mountain's summit, fouled, they discovered, by magic. Illidan had beaten them there and poured his stolen vials of well water into it, creating an entirely new well of eternity. Convinced he was leaving a gift for future generations, Furion hunted him down over it. Magic, Furion argued, was inherently chaotic. Its very use would eventually cause exactly the kind of corruption and strife that had just ended their entire civilization. Illidan refused to give it up anyway. Furion's answer, with Cenarius' help, was to seal his own brother in a vast underground chamber, chained and powerless for what the manual describes as the end of time. The Night Elves left the new well alone. Destroying it risked another catastrophe, but Furion declared that they would never practice magic again. Instead, under Cenarius, they turned to Druidism, the World Tree and the Emerald Dream. Years later, the surviving dragons, Alexstrasza the Red, Ysera the Green, Nozdormu the Bronze, came to Hyjal and made a pact with Furion to protect the new well permanently. Alexstrasza planted a single enchanted acorn in its heart, which grew into the World Tree, Ner'zhul, Crown of the Heavens. Nozdormu enchanted it so the Night Elves would never age or sicken as long as it stood. Ysera bound it to her own realm, the Emerald Dream, and the Night Elf druids, including Furion himself, agreed to sleep for centuries at a stretch so their spirits could travel the Dreamways on Ysera's behalf. Exile of the High Elves. Peace held for centuries under the Druids' leadership, until many of the surviving Highborn, suffering from the same withdrawals as Illidan had, grew restless and demanded the right to practice magic again. Their leader, Dath'Remar, mocked the Druids publicly as cowards. When threats of death didn't deter them, Dath'Remar's followers unleashed a magical storm on Ashenvale, trying to force the issue. The Druids, unwilling to slaughter their own kin, chose exile instead. Dath'Remar and his followers sailed east across the Maelstrom, eventually founding their own kingdom on the far shore, Quel'thalas, and rejecting Night Elf culture entirely. History would remember them as the High Elves, the Sentinels, and the Long Vigil. With her love Furion bound to the Emerald Dream's centuries-long sleep cycle, Tyrande, now first priestess of Elune, organised the surviving Kaldari women into the Sentinels, a standing defence force patrolling Ashenvale alone while the druids slept. The section ends on a note of quiet, unresolved dread. Tyrande, across 10,000 years of vigilance, could not shake the unnerving feeling that perhaps the Burning Legion was still out there, plotting its revenge. She's right, and that's what Warcraft III's Night Elf campaign is actually about. Part 5. Origin of the Burning Legion. This section didn't exist in any previous manual. It's the backstory behind everything. The section that explains what Sargeras actually is, and why an 800-year-old sealed tomb, a demon named Kil'jaeden, and a corrupted sorcerer named Medivh were never separate plot threads. They were always the same story. The Titans and the Ordering. The manual is upfront that no one actually knows how the universe began. Cosmic explosion or singular creator, it doesn't commit to an answer. What it does commit to is, a race of colossal, metal-skinned beings called the Titans arose to bring order to the chaos, ruled by a council called the Pantheon, and set to work shaping what the manual calls 100 million worlds across the great dark beyond. They were, the manual states, constantly vigilant against a threat from the Twisting Nether, the ethereal dimension connecting every world in the universe, home to the demons who existed only to destroy life and consume the universe's energy. Sargeras and the Betrayal. To fight the demonic incursions, the Pantheon appointed their greatest warrior, Sargeras, a noble giant of molten bronze, as their first line of defense. For countless millennia, he did exactly that, hunting down demons across the universe, but two encounters broke something in him. First, the Eredar, a race of sorcerers who'd enslaved and corrupted entire worlds. Defeating them was easy, but their depravity disturbed him. Then, the Nathrezim, the Dreadlords, vampiric demons who conquered worlds not through force but through manipulation, turning entire nations against each other through manufactured hatred and mistrust. Defeating the Nathrezim was also easy. Understanding how thoroughly they corrupted a whole civilization from the inside was what broke him. Sargeras lost faith in his mission, and eventually in the entire Titan vision of an ordered universe along with it. He came to believe chaos and depravity were the only real absolutes. His fellow Titans tried to talk him down. He dismissed them as delusional and stormed off alone. And in the growing madness, he arrived at a conclusion with genuinely terrifying logic to it. If the Titans' vision of order was a lie, then the Titans themselves were responsible for creation's failure, and the only answer was to undo their work entirely. He freed the very Eredar and Nathrezim he'd once defeated. They swore themselves to him, his body itself distorted with the corruption, eyes, hair and beard erupting into flame, his bronze skin splitting open to reveal fire underneath. From the Eredar's ranks he chose 2 lieutenants. Kil'jaeden the Deceiver was sent to seek out the darkest races in the universe and lure them into the fold, which is exactly what he did later to Ner'zhul. Archimonde the Defiler was given command of Sargeras' armies in open battle. Kil'jaeden enslaved the Nathrezim as his personal agents, with Tichondrius the Darkener, the same Dreadlord assigned centuries later to watch over the Lich King as his most trusted soldier. Archimonde, in turn, recruited the Pit Lords under their leader Manaroth. Sargeras named his growing army the Burning Legion and launched it into the universe. The manual doesn't know, or won't say, how many worlds it has already consumed. The Ordering of Azeroth. Unaware, apparently, that their own brother was actively unmaking their life's work, the Titans kept doing what they'd always done, and eventually arrived at a small, unremarkable world its future inhabitants would call Azeroth. They found it defended by hostile elemental beings serving 5 entities called the Old Gods. The Pantheon's forces broke the elementals easily, shattered the Old Gods' citadels, and chained all 5 of them deep beneath the world's surface. A detail that is going to matter enormously in games this channel hasn't covered yet. With that threat contained, the Titans set to work properly. Dwarves carved from living stone to dredge out the world's caverns. Sea giants to lift the land from the ocean floor. At the world's centre, they placed a lake of scintillating energies, the Well of Eternity, meant to be the fount of life for everything that grew there. They named the Finnish continent Kalimdor, Land of Eternal Starlight. Before leaving, the Pantheon empowered 5 newborn dragons to watch over their creation in their absence. Alexstrasza the Lifebinder, Malagos the Spellweaver, Ysera the Dreamer, Nosdormu the Timeless, and Neltharion the Earthwarder. Then the Titans left Azeroth behind forever. The manual ends a section on a single line that functions as a loaded gun on the mantelpiece. It was only a matter of time before Sargeras learned of its existence. We already know exactly what happened when he did. That's the War of the Ancients. That's Azara's temple and the sundering of the world. The manual has just shown you the same catastrophe twice, once from the Night Elf side and a tragedy that happened to them, and now from the very top of the cosmology, as a single move in a war between Titans and their fallen brother that started before Azeroth had even had a name. And notice the detail that connects everything. One of those 5 dragons the Pantheon empowered was named Neltharion, the Earthwarder. Hold on to that name. Neltharion is going to spend 10,000 years quietly going mad from a corruption none of the 5 dragonflights noticed in time, and by the time WoW picks up his story, he's not answering to that name at all anymore. Nothing in Reign of Chaos or the Frozen Throne actually pays this off. Deathwing's story belongs to a much later WoW expansion, so consider it a marker for a future video rather than something this one is going to resolve. Part 6. The Prophecy. Exodus of the Horde. Here's where the manual's lore ends and the game itself picks up the story, and where the format changes to match. Warcraft 3 doesn't hand you a paragraph of briefing text before each mission, it gives you a fully voiced, fully animated cinematic. That's a real shift in how much story this game can tell, and it shows immediately. A quick structural note, the prologue campaign, Exodus of the Horde, only shipped with 2 of its 5 missions in the original 2002 release. Chasing Visions and Departures were treated as an extended tutorial, while the final 3 chapters, Riders on the Storm, The Fires Down Below, and Countdown to Extinction, were cut from retail but had actually been built for the game's playable demo. Frozen Throne later restored all 3 as an optional custom campaign, just without the original voice acting, which had only ever been recorded in English. We're covering the full 5-chapter version here because it's the version that actually tells the whole story of how Thrall leaves Lordaeron. The Prophecy.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
The game's opening cinematic doesn't explain anything yet, it just sets the mood, and it does it in about 90 seconds. An orc grunt and a human footman are locked in single combat while the narrator, unnamed at this point, speaks over the top of them, a voice describing how both sides clung to their old hatreds and fought as they always had, right up until the sky itself started raining fire. Mid-fight, both warriors stop as infernals crash down out of nowhere, and the narrator finishes on this thought: this is the reign of chaos arriving, and neither side saw it coming because they were too busy fighting each other. The narrator, we'll learn much later, is Medivh. We'll get to how he's alive again later. Thrall's vision.
The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. Rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out.
The campaign proper opens with Thrall, war chief of the reunified Horde, receiving a dream. A hooded figure called the Prophet speaks to him in fragments about time running out, about the land being besieged by conflict once again, about heroes needing to rise and lead their people to their destiny. The dream shows orcs and humans charging each other in battle while infernals fall from the sky and consume everything. The same imagery from the opening cinematic, now framed as a warning aimed specifically at Thrall. The prophet's message is direct: rally the Horde and seek him out. Thrall wakes, a raven, the prophet's real form, though nobody watching knows that, flies off from his tent. Notice what this does structurally. The Warcraft II manual gives you villains scheming in private letters and internal monologues. This opens with a mysterious ally already reaching out before the story even starts, and refusing to explain himself. That's a very different kind of hook, and it's deliberate. The entire Reign of Chaos story is going to be 4 factions slowly getting pulled towards the same conclusion by a figure none of them trust just yet. Chapter 1: Chasing Visions.
What kind of nightmare was that?
It was not a nightmare, young Warchief, but a vision. Follow me, and I will reveal what your future holds.
I don't know what this is all about, but I'll play along.
Thrall wakes from what he believes is a nightmare, a dark vision of some coming presence he can't yet name. Before he can make sense of it, a mysterious figure appears, a robed prophet who tells him the dream was no nightmare but a genuine vision of the future, and urges him to follow. The mission itself is the game's tutorial. Thrall, alone in the field, with no base, and just himself, going through the Arathi Highlands, following waypoints, picking up items, gathering a small group of grunts along the way, and learning the basic mechanics that every campaign that follows is going to build on.
Greetings, son of Durotan. I knew you'd find your way.
It was you I saw in the vision. Who are you? How do you know me?
I know many things, young Warchief, about you and your people. My identity at this time is unimportant. What is important is that you rally your people and leave these shores immediately.
Leave? What's this all about, human?
Human? I left my humanity behind long ago. I am something different now. Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world. You sense it as well, don't you?
The demons are returning.
Yes, and only by leading your people across the sea to the distant lands of Kalimdor will you have a chance to stand against them.
But how can we...
I will answer all of your questions in time, young Warchief. For now, rally your warriors and prepare to leave this land. We will speak again.
None of this makes sense. But the spirits tell me that I should trust him.
It's as close to a hand-holding introduction as Warcraft III ever gets. Thrall reaches the prophet. They speak briefly, and then the prophet transforms and flies away, leaving Thrall with a warning he doesn't fully understand yet, and a destination he's only beginning to trust. It's a short scene, but it does exactly what a prologue needs to do. It establishes that something enormous is coming, that Thrall is at the centre of it, and that the robed stranger who seems to know more than anyone should is going to be worth paying attention to. Chapter 2: Departures.
It's been 3 days and this prophet has yet to show himself. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake by trusting you.
Warchief, the clans are assembling as you ordered, but it will take them some time to reach us.
Then we must prepare this camp immediately. I want my warriors to have food and proper lodgings when they arrive.
Yes, Warchief.
Warrior, has there been any word from Grom Hellscream? He and the Warsong clan were supposed to have been here by now.
No, Warchief. We haven't heard from Hellscream in some time.
Damn it, Grom. Where the hell are you?
You orcs are in violation of the Alliance Internment Act. We've already captured one of your leaders. If you surrender now, we'll spare your lives.
Warchief, they say they've captured one of our leaders. Maybe they're referring to Grom.
I hope not. But if they have captured Hellscream, I'll make them regret it.
Loktar! Come, my warriors! We must drive the humans back!
3 days have passed since chasing visions, and Thrall hasn't heard from the prophet since. He's established a camp near the Lordaeron coast to assemble the clans before departure, but Grom Hellscream is missing. When a group of Alliance soldiers shows up and orders the orcs to surrender, they bring news. The humans have already captured Grom and are holding him at a nearby internment camp, and they intend to execute him. The mission introduces base building for the first time, establishing a proper settlement, training grunts, gathering resources, before sending that force to assault the human camp and break Grom out. It's still a tutorial in structure, but it has real stakes underneath it.
Grom, are you alright? I'm fine, little brother. Luckily, they only injured my pride. Great, because we're getting out of here now. We're leaving the human lands for good. Finally, follow me. I have an idea. We can set sail on the humans' own ships. Perfect. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the Horde.
The Horde is assembled, War Chief. We await only your command.
Now, go, young Thrall. Sail west to the lands of Kalimdor. It is there that you will find your destiny. It is there that your people's salvation will be assured.
Grom walks out of his cage and tells Thrall they only injured his pride and immediately spots a solution. Human ships moored at the shore. The Horde doesn't need to find transport, as they'll take it. The rest of the clans arrive just in time, and as the ships set sail, the prophet watches from the cliff above and speaks for the first time since chasing visions. Sail west to Kalimdor. That's where your destiny is. That's where your people's salvation will be assured. It's a short scene, but it carries real weight. The orcs are leaving, not retreating and not being driven out, but choosing to go somewhere on their own. After 2 games of invasion and internment and occupation, that's genuinely new for the Horde. Chapter 3, Riders on the Storm.
It was lucky we happened onto this cove. I don't think our ships would have held out much longer in that storm.
War Chief, half of the ships are missing, and the rest are badly damaged.
We'd better get settled then. We may be on this island for a while.
War Chief, I sense strange magic all around us.
There's the source of your magic. Someone is watching us.
It is you. I saw your arrival in a vision, especially you, the seer. Or is it just my old mind playing tricks on me?
Looks like this troll's been on the island a little too long. We're real enough, old one. My name is Thrall.
I be Sen'jin, leader of the trolls. This island used to be ours alone, but no more. You and your friends must be careful. The humans established an outpost on this island some time ago.
Humans?
Yes, they hound us day and night. Their patrols be all over the place. Not be long till they find you too.
Well, I'd rather find them first. We can't risk their patrols alerting the outpost about us. Loktar, my brothers. We're moving out.
Good luck, my friend. I got important matters to tend to, but I be seeing you soon.
Halfway to Kalimdor, a storm hits. The fleet take a battering and Thrall orders everyone into the cove of a nearby island to wait it out, but half the ships are missing and the rest are badly damaged. They're not going anywhere quickly. The island is the Darkspear Islands, and it isn't empty. The Orcish shamans immediately sense strange magic nearby, sentry wards it turns out, placed by the island's inhabitants to watch the cove, and then Sen'jin steps out of the tree line. An elderly troll chieftain who tells Thrall he saw his arrival in a vision and who has been waiting for him. The Darkspear trolls have been on these islands for generations, but the humans have established an outpost here too and have been hunting his people relentlessly. Sen'jin proposes an alliance, orcs and trolls together against the human base. The mission involves building up a joint force, completing an optional quest to purify a poison fountain of health for Sen'jin, and then assaulting and destroying the human outpost. It's the first time in the game that Thrall forms a genuine alliance with a non-orc people, and Sen'jin's framing of it matters. He doesn't offer it out of desperation alone, he saw Thrall coming and he's been waiting.
Watch your backs! This battle's not over yet.
The fish creatures have come to take us away.
Your meddling magics will no longer interfere with our plans, Land Dweller.
The human base falls, and then the Murlocs arrive. An army of them surges out of the sea, netting orcs, trolls, and the surviving humans alike indiscriminately. Before anyone can respond, the mission ends on that cliffhanger, setting up the next chapter directly. Sen'jin matters enormously here beyond the immediate mission. The Darkspear trolls who follow Thrall off the island become a founding member race of the Horde in World of Warcraft, and Vol'jin, Sen'jin's son, eventually becomes Warchief himself. The relationship between orcs and trolls that defines a significant part of the Horde identity for the rest of the franchise starts in this cove. Chapter 4, The Fires Down Below.
I wonder what these strange fish creatures want with us.
The Murlocs used to be peaceful, but lately they've been catching us and using us for sacrifices.
Sacrifices? To what?
A long time ago, they started worshipping some witch. They say she lives under the ocean, and if they don't make the sacrifices, she'll destroy this island.
Well, someone should have told them that orcs don't scare that easily. Now, let's get out of here.
Picking up directly from the end of Riders on the Storm, Thrall wakes up in an underground Murloc cave, separated from his companions and locked in a cell. The Murlocs have been capturing trolls and orcs alike and using them as sacrifices to a sea witch who, according to the troll headhunters imprisoned alongside Thrall, has been demanding tribute in exchange for not destroying the island. The whole thing is a no-base dungeon crawl, Thrall moving from the cavern, breaking prisoners out of cells, fighting through Murlocs and other underground creatures room by room. There's a memorable moment partway through the mission where Thrall stumbles on the surviving Alliance soldiers also captured by the Murlocs, and rather than fighting them, hangs back and lets the humans and Murlocs tear each other apart before moving in to finish off whoever's left.
Warchief, Sen'jin was just taken away by the fish creatures. I tried to stop them, but there were too many. They said he is to be sacrificed to their witch.
Then we have no time to lose. Sen'jin must be freed.
Warchief, I sense a protective shield about his torso. I believe these three fish creatures are helping maintain it.
Pathetic fools. You will not stop us from receiving what has been promised.
Sen'jin!
Don't despair. You'll soon be joining him.
The vision told me you would lead my people off this island. You don't have much time, young one. Go.
But you and your people are coming with us.
It'd be too late. I'm already gone.
Those of you who wish to follow me will face many dangers. It will not be easy. But if you wish to join us, you are welcome.
Yeah, man. Pretty soon there'll be nothing left here anyway. We come with you.
Make peace with your gods, land dwellers. You cannot escape the currents of death so easily.
Where is that voice coming from?
But we have no time to waste. This cave is about to collapse.
Thrall reaches Sen'jin too late. The Murloc sorcerer has already stabbed him by the time Thrall kills it. Sen'jin, dying, tells Thrall that the vision said he would lead his people off the island. Then he passes away. Thrall turns to the surviving Darkspear trolls and offers them a place with the Horde. They accept, but the cave begins to collapse and everyone races for the surface as the sea witch curses them from below. This is Sen'jin's death scene, and it matters enormously for what comes after. The Darkspear trolls join the Horde not out of strategic convenience, but because their chieftain's dying wish was that Thrall take them with him. Vol'jin, Sen'jin's son, who becomes one of the most important Horde characters in WoW all the way through to becoming Warchief himself, carries the weight of that origin forward for decades of lore. Chapter 5, Countdown to Extinction.
Land dwellers, you have slaughtered my minions and defiled my sanctuary. Now you will be drowned by the wrath of the tides.
You'll have no more sacrifices today, witch. Go back to the depths where you belong.
Very well. Your choice is made. The air you breathe now will be your last.
At last, we've reached our landing site.
Warchief, while you were gone, the nearby volcano erupted. This entire island has begun to sink.
How long to repair the ships?
The repairs are nearly done, Warchief.
Then finish them quickly. We're about to have company. Defend the ships at all costs.
Thrall and the survivors claw their way back to the surface to find the situation has gotten worse. The Sea Witch, furious at the slaughter of the Murlocs and the desecration of her sanctuary underground, is now bringing the full force of her followers against the landing site, and the volcano that Thrall noticed earlier in the mission isn't dormant anymore. The entire island is sinking. The ships need repairs before anyone can leave, and the Murlocs are coming in waves from 3 directions while the clock runs down. It's a straight base defense under a hard timer. Hold the landing site, rescue scattered Darkspear trolls from around the island to bolster your forces, and keep the ships intact long enough for repairs to finish. The Sea Witch herself attacks from the west personally. Siege golems hammer in from the north. Every minute the pressure increases.
Sail on, land dwellers, flee! The dark tide is coming to swallow you all, and once it begins, there will be nowhere to hide.
I don't know exactly what the witch was talking about, but I do know that our destiny lies elsewhere. For now, we set sail for Kalimdor. That is where our future will unfold.
The ships are repaired. The Horde and the Darkspear trolls board and sail. The Sea Witch screams after them. The dark tide is coming, she says, and there will be nowhere to hide. Thrall's response to this is measured. He doesn't know exactly what she means, but he knows his destiny lies elsewhere. They set sail to Kalimdor. That is the prologue. No Blackmoor, no boss fight, no loose thread from Durnhold getting tied off, just a sinking island, a Sea Witch's curse ringing in their ears, and a fleet pointed west towards a continent nobody in the Horde has ever seen. Reign of Chaos proper picks up the exact same pattern with the other 3 factions, and it starts, appropriately, with the people the Horde just left behind. Part 7, The Scourge of Lordaeron, the Human Campaign. This is the campaign the entire game is remembered for, and it earns it. 9 chapters, 3 playable heroes, and a story that turns a golden boy prince into one of gaming's most infamous villains in a space of about 6 hours. It's also the most heavily interlude-laden campaign in the whole game. Full standalone cinematics dropped between missions just to set the scene, which nothing before has ever done. The warning.
We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping.
Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough.
Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Plague? You wizards are just being paranoid.
Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Travel west? Are you mad?
Hold, Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for wrangling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will. The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
The council scene before the prophet even arrives tells you everything you need to know about where humanity stands right now. The ambassadors are already at each other's throats. The orc uprising, the plague, whose problem it is, whose soldiers should deal with it. The same fractious, self-interested bickering that cost the Alliance Stormguard and Gul'dan after the Second War is alive and well in Lordaeron's throne room. These are the people who can barely agree on what the current threat is, let alone how to face it. And then, the stranger walks in and tells them the current threat doesn't matter because something far worse is already on its way. The prophet's dismissal isn't just Tyrannus being stubborn, it's an entire room of powerful men, each representing a different interest, each more concerned with their own position than the warning being delivered. It's the same weakness that has plagued human civilization across both wars, the inability to act together until the disaster is already at the gates. The difference this time is that by the time the gates fall, there won't be anywhere left to retreat to. The audience already knows from the prologue that this stranger is worth listening to. Thrall listened. The orcs are already sailing west, and the humans just sent the same messenger away. Chapter 1: The Defense of Strambrad.
Welcome, Prince Arthas. The men and I are honored by your presence.
Can the formalities, Uther. I'm not king yet. It's good to see you.
You too, lad. I'm pleased that King Tyrannus sent you to help me.
Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on me.
Now, it is a father's right to dream, isn't it?
Look, here's where we stand. Our scouts have confirmed that there is an orc encampment hidden somewhere over the next ridge.
As I suspected.
It gets worse. They're preparing to attack the nearby village of Strombrad. As far as we know, the village is completely defenseless.
I need to move against the Orcs base immediately. Can you handle Strombrads defense on your own?
Of course, Uther. Don't worry about me.
Good. Meet me at the Orc camp once you've saved the village. Be careful, Arthas.
Arthas and Uther arrived together at a camp near Strombrad to find the Orc attack had already begun. Uther splits off to deal with an Orc encampment over the ridge, leaving Arthas to handle the village alone. The first time the game shows Uther trusting his charge to operate independently, and also the first time we see how Arthas responds to that trust. He doesn't hesitate, he doesn't ask for backup, he just goes. The objective is straightforward. Fight through the village and take down the Orc slave master who is rounding up human prisoners in the northwest. It's a no-base tutorial mission. Arthas, a handful of footmen, optional side quests for anyone who explores, and it's deliberately uncomplicated. Orcs raiding a village, a prince riding to the rescue, the kind of mission that makes you feel like you know exactly what kind of story this is going to be. What's worth noticing is how much the game wants you to like Arthas here. He's confident without being cruel, capable without being reckless, and genuinely cares about the villagers he's protecting. The Warcraft III writing team knew exactly where this story was going, and they needed you invested in who Arthas was before they started dismantling it. This mission is doing that work quietly, underneath what looks like a straightforward tutorial.
Bless you, Prince Arthas. But what about the others who were taken away?
Don't worry, son. We'll find them and bring them home safe.
Prince Arthas, Lord Uther needs you at the Orc encampment immediately.
Never a dull moment.
Let's get moving.
After Arthas defeats the slave master, he is summoned by one of the knights to go help Uther at the nearby Orc encampment. It looks like everything isn't won just yet. Chapter 2, Blackrock and Roll.
Good timing, lad. I sent 2 of my best knights into parley with the Orc leader. They should be returning shortly. Damn. These Orcs will never surrender.
Then let's get in there and destroy the beasts.
Remember, Arthas, we are paladins. Vengeance cannot be a part of what we must do. If we allow our passions to turn to bloodlust, we will become as vile as the Orcs.
Yes, Uther.
Now, if you're feeling up to it, I want you to lead the attack.
Me? Well, of course.
I'll remain here and ensure that none of the loathsome beasts threaten the camp.
I won't fail you.
I know you won't, lad.
Arthas rides straight from Strombrad to Uther's position near the Blackrock clan encampment, arriving just in time to watch 2 riderless horses trot back into camp. Uther had sent knights to parley with the Orc leader, but the horses came back alone. Arthas' response is instant. He wants to go in immediately and destroy them all, and it's the first moment in the game where you see the temper the manual warned you about sitting just underneath the surface. Uther pulls him back. We are paladins, not executioners. We act with discipline, not anger. Arthas accepts the rebuke without argument and listens to Uther for now. The mission itself is a full base building chapter. Establish a camp, build up forces, recruit dwarven riflemen from the Smith Ferrenor steel toe nearby, and then assault the Blackrock encampment in the northeast. There's an optional side quest involving a rogue black dragon named Sirinox who's been terrorizing local farmsteads. The main objective is a Blackrock blade master commanding the clan.
You've done well, lad. This was a sound victory.
I don't know, Uther. The Orcs were sacrificing townsfolk. I think they were trying to summon demons.
Have faith, lad. These Orcs are trying to hold on to dying traditions. We defeated their demons a long time ago. Let's head for home. It's been a long day.
What Arthas finds when he gets there reframes the whole situation. The Blackrock clan hasn't just been raiding, they've re-embraced the demon worship Thrall's Horde left behind, and the villagers taken from Stranbrad were brought here to be sacrificed to the Burning Legion. Arthas arrives just too late to save them. This is the moment the campaign quietly pivots. The orcs aren't the real story, the demon worship is. Something is pulling the old corruption back to the surface, and the Blackrock clan, the same clan Doomhammer led, the backbone of the Second War Horde, has already answered the call. Arthas burns the encampment and kills the Blade Master, and the victory feels hollow in a way Chapter 1's didn't. He won, the prisoners are still dead, and whatever summoned the Blackrock clan back to demon worship is still out there. Interlude, Jaina's meeting.
You must be wiser than the king. The end is near.
I told you before, I'm not interested in this nonsense.
And I've wasted my time here.
You can show yourself now, Jaina. He's gone.
I'm sorry for eavesdropping, Master, but...
It's your inquisitive nature that I've come to rely on, child. That crazed fool's convinced that the world is about to end.
I've heard the rumors of the plague spreading throughout the Northlands. Do you truly believe that the plague is magical in nature?
It's a strong possibility. That's why I need you to travel there and investigate the matter. I've arranged for a special envoy to assist you.
Yes, Master. I'll do my best.
I know you will, child. Farewell.
While Arthas is dealing with the Blackrock clan in the south, the scene cuts to Dalaran and to Jaina Proudmoore receiving her own disturbing intelligence. Reports of a strange plague spreading through Lordaeron's countryside, corrupted grain, villagers gone silent. She resolves to investigate personally rather than wait for official word from the capital. Around the same time, the mysterious prophet Medivh arrives to warn Archmage Antonidas that a terrible darkness is coming and urges him to lead his people west to Kalimdor. Antonidas dismisses the warning outright, and willing to place any faith in the words of a stranger claiming to know the future. Jaina overhears part of the exchange. While she doesn't openly challenge her mentor, she's clearly less certain than Antonidas is. The prophet's warning lingers in the back of her mind, even as she turns her attention towards the growing plague. It's a short scene, but it's doing important structural work. The manual introduced Jaina as Antonidas' star pupil, tipped to become the greatest sorceress humanity has ever produced, and this interlude makes good on that framing immediately. The plague investigation is now hers. The conclusions she draws from it are also hers. When her path and Arthas' converging the next mission is two investigators arriving at the same problem from different directions. That distinction matters more than it might seem right now, because the campaign is going to put enormous pressure on both of them before it's done, and the choices they make under that pressure will define everything that follows. This also subtly plants a seed for Jaina's later willingness to trust Medivh when nearly everyone else dismisses him, making that decision feel like the culmination of doubts that began here rather than a sudden change of heart. Chapter 3: Ravagers of the Plague.
Prince Arthas, we've been waiting here for hours. Are you sure this friend of yours is coming?
I'm sure. Jaina usually runs a little late.
We must help her!
Stay your blade, Captain. She can take care of herself. Gentlemen, meet Miss Jaina Proudmoore, Special Agent to the Kirin Tor, and one of the most talented sorceresses in the land. Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina.
You too, Arthas. It's been a while since a prince escorted me anywhere.
Yes, it has. Well, I guess we should get underway.
Our sources believe the plague originated in the region north of here. We should check out the villages along the King's Road.
Arthas waits at a crossroads near Alterac, and the scene immediately tells you something about who he is. He's been standing there for hours waiting for Jaina, and when his captain starts grumbling about it, Arthas defends her without hesitation. She shows up moments later, dispatches 2 ogres with a water elemental before anyone can move to help, and Arthas introduces her to his men with obvious pride. The manual was right. This breakup was clean, and the game goes out of its way to show you that immediately. These are 2 people who genuinely like each other, walking into something terrible together. The mission is a linear investigation rather than a base building chapter this time. Arthas and Jaina moving through the village of Brill along the King's Road, encountering plague-touched land, undead skeletons, and necromancer cultists at every turn. Elven priests from Quel'thalas join them along the way, having come south to help heal the afflicted land. The objective is to find the source of the corruption, which turns out to be an infected grain warehouse at the far end of town.
It's as if the land around that granary is dying.
Could the grain itself be plagued?
Let's hope not. Those crates bear the regional seal of Anderhall, the distribution center for the northern boroughs. If this grain can spread the plague, there's no telling how many villages might be affected.
What was that? And who was that wizard dressed in black?
I believe that the robed man was a necromancer. Obviously, he and his lackeys are behind this plague.
Well, it's a good bet we'll find him and the answers we're looking for in Anderhall.
When they reach the warehouse, a robed figure is already there. A necromancer who spots them tells his brothers to flee and continue with the operation, and vanishes before Arthas can reach him. What he leaves behind is an abomination, stitched together from multiple corpses guarding the grain. After it's destroyed and the warehouse is burnt, Jaina identifies the crates. They bear the regional seal of Anderhall, Lordaeron's primary grain distribution centre for the northern provinces. If the grain is already in those shipments, there's no telling how many villagers have already received them. This is the mission where the horror of the situation becomes fully visible for the first time. It's not raiders, it's not demon worshippers, it's the food supply, the thing that keeps every settlement in the north alive through winter, and it's already gone out. Arthas and Jaina didn't arrive too late for this village, they arrived too late for all of them. The robed necromancer they almost caught is named Quel'Thas, and the answers they're looking for, as Arthas puts it, are in Anderhall. Chapter 4, Cult of the Damned.
Look! It's those cultists who are with the necromancer. What are they doing to that mine?
Let's not wait to find out. Attack!
Damn these intruders! They must not interfere with the Master's plan.
Let's build a base camp here. With those cultists creeping around, I'd rather not head in there without backup.
I couldn't agree more.
Arthas and Jaina pick up the trail the next day on the outskirts of Anderhall, Lordaeron's primary grain distribution centre, which means if the plague isn't a supply here, it's already everywhere. They spot Cult of the Damned acolytes constructing an undead base near a mine and move to stop them, but most escape before they can be taken down. Arthas calls for a base camp before pushing further in. He'd rather not go in there without backup. The mission is a full base building chapter. Establish a camp, build up forces, assault the undead base guarding Anderhall, and then push into the city itself. The objective is to find whoever is behind the plague and confront them directly.
Hello again, children. I am Quel'Thas, and I've come to deliver a warning. Leave well enough alone. Your curiosity will be the death of you.
Are you responsible for this plague, Necromancer? Is this cult your doing?
Yes, I ordered the Cult of the Damned to distribute the plagued grain. But the sole credit is not mine.
What do you mean?
I serve the Dreadlord, Mal'Ganis. He commands the Scourge that will cleanse this land and establish a paradise of eternal darkness.
And what exactly is this Scourge meant to cleanse?
Why, the living. Of course. His plan is already in motion. Seek him out at Stratholme if you need further proof. Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
this.
When they reach the centre of Underhall, he's already waiting for them. Quel'Thas, the disgraced archmage of the Undead history section, already told us about. The man who walked to Northrend alone and knelt before the frozen throne, introduces himself with casual contempt. Leave well enough alone, he tells them. Their curiosity will be the death of them. Arthas asks him directly, is he responsible for the plague? Is the cult his doing? And Quel'Thas answers without hesitation, yes, he ordered the cult of the damned to distribute the plagued grain, but the credit isn't solely his. He serves a dreadlord named Mal'Ganis, who commands the Scourge and is building something Quel'Thas describes chillingly as a paradise. Then he commands his undead to kill them and walks away. They destroy the grain stores, they chase him down, and Arthas kills him, but not before Quel'Thas lands his parting shot from the ground. Mortally wounded and still sneering, naive fool. His death will make little difference in the long run. The scourging of this land has already begun. He dies laughing. It plays as a victory in the moment. Arthas has found the man behind the plague and killed him. The mission objective is complete, but nothing Quel'Thas said sounds like a man who lost. He named Mal'Ganis. He named Strathhome. He told them exactly where this is going next, because he knew it wouldn't matter. That name, Mal'Ganis, is now the only thing Arthas is thinking about, and the way he got it should already be worrying. Chapter 5, March of the Scourge.
Hearthglen, finally. I could use some rest.
It looks like they're preparing for battle.
Prince Arthas, during the night a vast army of undead warriors emerged and began attacking villages at random. Now it's heading this way.
Damn it. Jaina, I'll stay here to protect the village. Go as quickly as you can and tell Lord Uther what's happened.
But...
Go, Jaina. Every second counts. Wait, what did those crates contain?
Just a grain shipment from Underhall. There's no need to worry, my lord. It's already been distributed amongst the villagers.
Oh no. The plague was never meant to simply kill my people. It was meant to turn them into the undead.
Defend yourself!
Arthas and Jaina arrive at the village of Hearthglen the next morning to find the garrison already on a war footing. An undead army has emerged overnight and has been attacking villagers across the region, and it's heading here next. Arthas tells Jaina to go find Uther and bring him back as fast as she can. She doesn't want to leave, but he tells her to go, as every second counts. And then he spots the crates. He asks the sergeant what was in them. Just a grain shipment from Underhall, the sergeant says, already distributed among the villagers, and there's no need to worry. The realisation hits Arthas before the words are even finished. The plague was never meant to simply kill his people, it was meant to turd them. Several villagers collapse where they stand and come back up as zombies, attacking the soldiers around them before anyone can react. The mission drops you into combat immediately. Before you've had chance to build anything, clearing the freshly turned villagers out of the village itself. It is one of the most effective mission openings in the entire game. The horror isn't announced, it just happens mid-conversation while you're still stood in the village. The main objective is a 30-minute survival mission. Hold Hearthglen against wave after wave of undead assaults from 3 directions while waiting for Uther's reinforcements to arrive. The optional side quest, which runs concurrently, is to interrupt and destroy a caravan of plagued grain and meat wagons moving through the area towards the last uninfected villagers. If the caravan reaches them, they become undead outposts, which means more enemies attacking from yet another direction on top of everything else. Stopping the caravan is optional in game terms. In narrative terms, it's the first time Arthas has had to make a decision about what he's willing to sacrifice to stop the plague spreading, mid-battle with everything else already on fire.
Light, give me strength.
For Lordaeron, for the king!
Your timing couldn't have been better.
Don't celebrate yet, son. This battle's far from over. I'm surprised that you kept things together as long as you did, lad. If I hadn't arrived just
Look,
then...
I did the best I could, Uther. If I'd had a legion of knights riding at my back, I would have...
Now is not the time to be choking on pride. What we faced here was only the beginning. The undead ranks are bolstered every time one of our warriors falls in battle.
Then we should strike at their leader. I'll go to Stratholme and kill Mal'Ganis myself if I have to.
Easy, lad. Brave as you are, you can't hope to defeat a man who commands the dead all by yourself.
Then feel free to tag along, Uther. I'm going, with or without you.
Uther arrives with his knights just as Arthas' forces are being overwhelmed, riding in hard and cutting through the Scourge line, buying the breathing room to secure the village. Battle won, Uther tells Arthas he's impressed he held things together as long as he did. Arthas bristles immediately. If he'd have had a legion of knights at his back, he would have done better, but Uther cuts him off. This is not the time to be choking on pride. It's the same dynamic as Blackrock and Roll, except the stakes are higher now and Arthas is less willing to accept the rebuke cleanly. He listened then, he listens now too, just barely. The campaign is tracking something in Arthas across these missions. Every time a situation gets worse, the patience gets a little thinner, and the situation is about to get considerably worse. Interlude, the Prince and the Prophet.
Greetings, young prince. We must talk.
I have no time for this.
Listen to me, boy. This land is lost. The shadow has already fallen, and nothing you do will deter it. If you truly wish to save your people, lead them across the sea, to the west.
Flee? My place is here, and my only course is to defend my people.
Then your choice is already made. Just remember, the harder you strive to slay your enemies, the faster you'll deliver your people right into their hands.
I'm sorry for concealing myself, Arthas. I just wanted to...
Don't say it.
I sense tremendous power about him, Arthas. Maybe he's right. Maybe he does know what will happen.
Nothing he can say will make me abandon my homeland, Jaina. I don't care if that madman has seen the future. Let's go.
Arthas is moving fast through the forest, heading north, heading towards Stratholme, when the Prophet steps out of the trees directly in his path. This is the first time the two have met directly, and Arthas has no patience for it. He has no time for this, he says. The Prophet tells him the land is already lost. The shadow has fallen, and nothing Arthas can do will stop it. If he truly wants to save his people, he needs to lead them west across the sea. Of course, Arthas refuses. The Prophet's parting line lands quietly and doesn't get a response. The harder Arthas strives to slay his enemies, the faster he'll deliver his people into their hands. Then he's gone, and Jaina steps out from behind her invisibility spell. She was there the whole time. Arthas cuts her off before she can even say what she wants to say, but she tells him anyway. She sensed tremendous power from that person, and maybe he was right. Maybe he does know what will happen. Arthas' answer is the one that defines the entire second half of this campaign. Nothing that man says will make him abandon his homeland. He doesn't care if he's seen the future, and treaches on towards Stratholme. It's a short scene, but it's the pivot point for the whole human campaign. This is the last moment Arthas is given a genuine off-ramp, a direct warning, face to face, from someone who demonstrably knows more than he does, and he walks straight past it. Jaina heard the same words and came away uncertain. Arthas heard them and came away more resolved than before. That gap between them, right here in this interlude, is where the divergence between their two stories begins. Chapter 6, The Culling of Stratholme.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know. Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Uther arrives at Strothholm's gates, finally the reinforcements Arthas had been waiting for, and then they discover together that they're already too late. The infected grain from Underhall reached Strothholm before any of them did. The people inside look fine for now, but they won't for long. Every single person in the city is already carrying the plague, and the transformation is inevitable and irreversible. Arthas' conclusion follows with terrifying logic. Kill them now before they turn, and deny Mal'Ganis an entire city's worth of new soldiers. Uther refuses. These people are still alive, still innocent as far as anyone standing outside these walls can tell. Executing them isn't a military decision, it's a war crime, and no prince's orders can change that. There has to be another way, Uther says. Arthas tells him that there isn't, and Uther tells him he's crossed a terrible threshold and walks away. Arthas invokes his royal authority and strips Uther of his command on the spot, disbanding the Knights of the Silver Hand from the mission entirely. Then he turns to Jaina. She has a choice. She can stay. She doesn't turn around when she answers. She's sorry, but she can't watch him do this, and she leaves quietly, without argument and without a final confrontation. It's the last scene of their relationship in this campaign, and it ends with her walking away rather than shouting. That matters. Jaina doesn't leave in anger. She leaves because she's already understood something Arthas hasn't, that whoever makes this decision doesn't come back from it in the same way they went in. Then Mal'Ganis steps out of the shadows, flanked by ghouls, and demonstrates exactly what Arthas is racing against. He begins turning the city household by household right in front of him, collecting the newly transformed and teleporting them away, building his army in real time from the people Arthas is trying to save. Arthas' response that it's better that these people die by his own hand than to live on as Mal'Ganis' slaves. It's delivered like a justification, and it's also the moment the campaign stops pretending there's a clean answer here. The mission's objective is as grim as advertised: clear every building in Strothholm before Mal'Ganis can claim its population. Arthas purges the city with only the soldiers still loyal to him, building by building, against both the undead already inside and the clock ticking on everyone still human.
We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
Brave words. Unfortunately for you, it won't end here. Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
Mal'Ganis retreats rather than fight Arthas directly, taunting him as he goes. They'll finish this in Northrend. Arthas vows to hunt him to the ends of the earth, and Strothholm burns behind them. The mission gets flattened into Arthas kills some civilians in a lot of casual retellings, and that undersells how carefully constructed the whole sequence is. Every choice Arthas makes here is defensible in isolation. The plague genuinely is inevitable. Uther's refusal genuinely does leave the city exposed exposed to a worse outcome. Mal'Ganis genuinely was there collecting bodies regardless. None of that changes what Uther said on the way out, or what Jaina's silence meant, or the fact that this is the first time Arthas has overruled everyone around him who's ever tried to keep him from doing something he can't undo. For players who come back to this mission years later through WoW, the Culling of Strathhome dungeon, added in Wrath of the Lich King, restages this exact cutscene sequence in engine and lets you walk through the burning city yourself. It's one of the most effective uses of a dungeon as a lore delivery mechanism the game has ever pulled off, and it hits differently once you already know how Arthas' story ends. The novel Arthas, Rise of the Lich King by Christie Golden expands this single mission into several chapters and adds context and texture the game doesn't have room for. It confirms something the cutscene leaves ambiguous. Strathhome isn't a single moment of weakness, it's the last in a long series of warning signs that everyone around Arthas had already been quietly ignoring for years, and it's blunter than the game about what comes next. After Northrend, Arthas doesn't just sail home with his soldiers still loyal to him, he kills every last mercenary who helped him burn his own ships, treating loyalty as something to be used and discarded. That detail doesn't appear in any cutscene, but it tells you exactly who Arthas is becoming, and Strathhome is where that becoming starts. Chapter 7: The Shores of Northrend.
This is a light-forsaken land, isn't it? You can barely even see the sun. This howling wind cuts to the bone and you're not even shaking. My lord, are you all right?
Captain, are all my forces accounted for?
Nearly. There are only a few ships that...
Very well. Our first priority is to set up a base camp with proper defenses. There's no telling what's waiting for us out there in the shadows. Ah, a gold mine. We'll set up our base there.
We're under attack. Take cover.
Bloody hell. You're not undead. You're all alive.
Muradin? Muradin Bronzebeard, is that you?
Damn, boy. I never imagined that you'd be the one to come to our rescue.
Rescue? Muradin, I didn't even know you were here.
Oh, just the same, lad. I could use your help. My mates and I were attacked and we got separated. I'd appreciate any backup you could give me.
Of course I'll help Muradin. Let's move.
A month has passed since Strathhome. Arthas' fleet makes landfall at Daggercat Bay on Northrend's icy coast. His captain asks if he's alright, the howling wind cuts to the bone, Arthas isn't even shaking. Arthas ignores the question entirely. He wants the base camp established and defences up before they push inland. They're scouting for a site when the dwarves open fire on them. Not enemies though. Muradin Bronzebeard and his expedition, who mistake Arthas' soldiers for the undead in the low light and chaos of the landing. The recognition is almost comedic given the circumstances. Muradin never imagined Arthas would be the one to come to his rescue, but Arthas points out that he didn't even know Muradin was here. This reunion matters more than it might seem in the moment. The manual introduces Muradin as the man who trained Arthas in combat, his teacher, his father's trusted friend, someone who knew Arthas before any of this started. He's the last person from that world who's still standing next to him. Uther is gone, Jaina is gone, Muradin is here, in the dark, in a place nobody should be, and Arthas is genuinely glad to see him. The mission is a base building and assault chapter. Establish a camp near the gold mine, rescue Muradin's separated dwarven comrades who are cut off by the undead siege, and then destroy the undead stronghold in the area to secure the breachhead. The threats are a mix of undead forces and the hostile wildlife of Northrend itself. Ice trolls, wolves, creatures the campaign hasn't thrown at you before.
Alright, Muradin. What were you doing up here anyway?
Well, lad, there's an ancient waygate that lies somewhere in this glacial wasteland. Supposedly it transports you to a hidden vault where a rune blade named Frostmourne is held. We came here to recover Frostmourne, but the closer we came to finding the waygate, the more undead we encountered.
Prince Arthas,
We haven't found any trace of Mal'Ganis.
No matter. He can't hide from me forever. Captain, I want you to establish this site as our primary base.
Yes, my lord.
With the breachhead secured, Muradin tells Arthas something he clearly came to Northrend to investigate. There is an ancient waygate somewhere in this glacial wasteland that leads to a hidden vault, and inside that vault is a rune blade called Frostmourne. That name. That's what the outro of this mission leaves hanging in the air. Muradin came here as a researcher, following a legend. Arthas came here to kill a Dreadlord, and somewhere in the ice between them is a sword that neither of them fully understand yet, but that Arthas, running on obsession and rage, and a month of sailing towards the end of the world, is going to want the moment he hears what it can do. Arthas is now operating entirely outside of Lordaeron's chain of command. No Uther, no Jaina, a king back home who has every reason to recall him, and an obsession that just got a new shape. The hunt for Mal'Ganis isn't the whole story anymore. Chapter 8, Dissension.
I apologize, emissary, but the prince is away on an errand. What brings you to this desolate place?
By royal edict, you men are to return to Lordaeron immediately. Lord Uther has convinced the king to recall this expedition.
We're to just pick up and leave?
That's correct. My men report that the roads from here to the shore are held by the Undead. You'll need to find an alternate route back to your ships.
To hell with the Undead. We'll cut our way through the woods, men.
Captain, why are the guards not at their posts?
Well, my lord, your father had our troops recalled at Lord Uther's request.
Uther had my troops recalled? Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames! No one goes home until our job here is done.
Arthas and Muradin returned to base camp to find it half empty. While they were out, an emissary from Lordaeron arrived, sent by Uther, carrying King Terenas' direct order. The expedition is recalled. The men are already cutting their way through the forest towards the ships. They want to go home. Arthas' response is immediate. If his men leave, he'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships have to burn before anyone reaches the shore. Muradin pushes back. Isn't that just a bit much? Arthas is already moving though. Burned down to their frames, he says. No one goes home until the job is done. The mission is a race against the clock. Arthas and Muradin fighting their way through undead-held territory along the coast, hiring troll and ogre mercenaries from neutral camps along the route because the undead resistance is too heavy to push through alone. All while the timer counts down and the men back at camp get closer to the shore with every minute. 5 ships and 25 minutes. The objective isn't to fight the Scourge, it's to reach the fleet before his own soldiers do.
Prince Arthas?
Quickly, my warriors! These murderous creatures have burned our ships and robbed you of your way home. Slay them all in the name of Lordaeron. Damn beasts!
Kill them all!
Our ships are ruined. What will we do now?
Listen to me, all of you. There is no way home for any of us save through victory. In this land, we will stand or fall together. Now, return to the base and man your posts.
Arthas burns the last ship just as his men break through the tree line behind him. They arrive to find their prince standing in front of a coastline of burning hulls, and the mercenaries standing right there with him. What Arthas does next is the darkest single moment in the entire human campaign, in my opinion, and it happens very fast. He turns to his soldiers and tells them the murderous creatures burn their ships and rob them of their way home, and to kill them all. His own men, who moments ago were desperate to leave, cut the mercenaries down without hesitation. mercenaries he hired to do the deed of burning the ships. There is no way home now, Arthas tells the survivors. They stand or fall together in this land. Return to base and man your posts. At Strathhome, Arthas made a terrible choice and owned it in the moment. He told Uther and Jaina exactly what he was going to do and why. Here, he commits the act through hired hands and then has those hands killed to keep the story clean. His men don't know what their prince just did. They think they were attacked, and Arthas let them think that. There's a word for that, and it isn't the one Arthas would use. But Muradin saw all of it, and he's still here. That is what's going to matter in the next mission. Chapter 9, Frostmourne.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas? Is vengeance all as important to you?
Spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
The Dark Lord said you would come. This is where your journey ends, boy. Trapped and freezing at the roof of the world, with only death to sing the tale of your doom.
This looks bad. We're completely surrounded.
There's still one chance. Help me claim Frostmourne. If it's as powerful as you said, it might tilt the scales in our favor.
I have a bad feeling about this, lad. But I promised I'd see this through.
Captain, I'll leave you to organize our defense. Let's move out.
The situation at camp the next morning is dire. Mal'Ganis has brought his main force to bear, and Arthas' army, cold, exhausted, stranded by their own prince, is being overwhelmed. Muradin tells Arthas that they're completely surrounded. Arthas' answer is Frostmourne. If it's as powerful as Muradin said, it might tilt the scales. Muradin has a bad feeling about it, but he promised he'd see the situation through. The two of them leave the captain to organise the base's defence and push through a waygate into a separate, icebound region of the map. A vault sealed away from the rest of Northrend. A guardian blocks their path and tells them to turn back. Death and darkness are all that await them in this forsaken place. Arthas tells him there's nothing down there more terrifying than what they've already faced. The guardian's last words before they fight him are the ones worth remembering. He isn't trying to protect the sword, he's trying to protect them from the sword. The mission runs on two fronts simultaneously. The captain holding the main base against Mal'Ganis' assault, while Arthas and Muradin fight their way through the vault to the sword itself. Both objectives matter. The base can't fall before Arthas reaches Frostmourne, and the path to the sword is guarded by increasingly powerful creatures the deeper they go.
Turn back, mortals. Death and darkness are all that await you in this forsaken vault.
I doubt there's anything down here more terrifying than what we've faced already.
Believe what you will, boy. You shall not pass. Turn away before it's too late.
Still trying to protect the sword, are you?
No. Trying to protect you from it.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostmourne.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price If only you will help me save my people.
Prince Arthas, where is Muradin? We can't hold out for much longer.
Muradin is dead. But take heart, Captain. The enemy will not stand long against the might of Frostmourne.
So, you've taken up Frostmourne at the expense of your comrades' lives, just as the Dark Lord said you would. You're stronger than I thought.
You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of Frostmourne now.
You hear the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the blade you wield. What does he say, young human? What does the Dark Lord of the Dead tell you now?
He tells me that the time for my vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly mean to...
It is finished.
They reach the vault. Frostmourne is there, suspended in ice, exactly as the legend described. Muradin reads the inscription aloud, a warning that whoever claims the blade is cursed to serve the Lich King forever. He tells Arthas that they should leave and they can find another way. Arthas takes it anyway. The ice shatters, a burst of dark energy explodes outwards, and Muradin drops. Arthas doesn't pause. He walks out of the vault with Frostmourne in his hand and his oldest teacher unconscious behind him in the dark. And the game treats it not as a decision, but as a consequence, which is almost worse. He didn't choose to leave Muradin, he just didn't stop. What follows in the mission's second half, Arthas driving his forces against Mal'Ganis' base with Frostmourne empowering every swing, the sword doing exactly what it promised and more. Mal'Ganis taunts him as Arthas cuts through his forces. The Dark Lord told him the prince would come. This is all exactly as the Lich King planned. Arthas kills him anyway, and Mal'Ganis' final words, sneering from the ground, are that Arthas is already the Lich King's. The blade has seen to that. Then he's gone. This is where the human campaign ends, and it ends without a victory fanfare. Arthas stands in Northrend with a cursed sword, a dead teacher, and a cold voice that has already started speaking into his mind. Patient, deliberate, and entirely in control of what's just happened. The Undead history section of the manual told you exactly what this voice is and what it wants. Now, you've watched it happen in real time. After the mission is over, a cutscene plays to close out the campaign, and I'll let it speak for itself.
Ah, my son. I knew you'd be victorious.
No longer need to sacrifice for your people.
You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Part 8, Path of the Damned, the Undead campaign. That's where the human campaign leaves us. A prince rode out to defend his people and came home having murdered his father with a cursed sword, having burned his ships, having purged a city, having abandoned his oldest teacher in a collapsing vault, and every single one of those decisions had a logic to it at the time. That's what makes Arthas work as a character. He never stopped believing he was saving people. The road to that throne room was paved entirely with genuine conviction, and Frostmourne didn't create the obsession that got him there, it just finished the job. What the Undead history section of the manual told us, the Lich King searching for a suitable host, someone torn between darkness and light, is exactly what we just watched play out across 9 missions. Arthas wasn't corrupted because he was weak, he was corrupted because he was certain. Certain enough to overrule Uther, certain enough to let Jaina walk away, certain enough to pick up a sword with a warning carved into it and not stop for a single second to consider what that warning actually meant. Ner'zhul didn't manufacture a villain. He found one already in progress and handed him a blade. And now Lordaeron has a king bleeding out on the throne room floor, a crown rolling to a stop at the bottom of the steps, and a prince turned death knight who has very specific plans for the kingdom he just took. The Undead campaign picks up directly from here, and for the first time in the game, we're playing as the enemy. Not as a character who slowly becomes the villain, but as the villain already arrived, already in control, already building something. What that something is, and what Ner'zhul actually wants from all of this, that is what this campaign is all about. Chapter 1, Trudging Through the Ashes.
What trickery is this? Mal'Ganis! I don't know how you survived, but
Calm yourself, Prince Arthas. I am Tichondrius. Like Mal'Ganis, I am a Dreadlord. But I am not your enemy. In truth, I've come to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
By killing your own father and delivering this land to the Scourge, you have passed your first test. The Lich King is pleased with your enthusiasm.
Yes. I've damned everyone and everything I've ever loved in his name. And I still feel no remorse, no shame, no pity.
The rune blade that you carry was forged by the Lich King and empowered to steal souls. Yours was the first one it claimed.
Then I'll make do without one. What is the Lich King's will?
The cult of the damned must be rallied once again. Many of the acolytes have been in hiding amongst the populace. Once you've rallied them, I will give you further instructions.
Arthas rides into the ruins of Lordaeron on Invincible, his horse, which is now dead and resurrected, and the campaign opens exactly as it should, not with a villain's throne room or a dark ceremony, but with a Death Knight alone in a graveyard at the edge of a city he just destroyed, waiting for his next orders. A figure appears on a hill above him. Arthas reaches for Frostmourne, Mal'Ganis, he assumes, who somehow survived. The figure tells him to calm himself, as he's not Mal'Ganis, he is Tichondrius, a dreadlord yes, but not his enemy. He's actually come to congratulate him. He says by killing his own father, Arthas has delivered Lordaeron to the Scourge. The Lich King is pleased with his enthusiasm, and that pause before the word enthusiasm is doing a lot of work. Arthas' response is the line that defines everything that follows. Yes, he's damned everyone and everything he's ever loved in the Lich King's name, and he feels no remorse, no shame, and no pity. Tichondrius explains what Frostmourne actually is, a blade forged by the Lich King specifically to steal souls. Arthas' was the first one it claimed. The mission is unlike anything that came before it in the game. No base and no army, just Arthas, 2 ghouls, and a stealthy objective. The cult of the damned acolytes are hiding among Lordaeron's surviving civilian population, disguised as ordinary villagers, and Arthas must find them without alerting the guards to his presence. The civilians who spot him scream and run for the guards. The guards then of course attack on sight. The acolytes, when Arthas gets close enough, shed their disguise and fall in with him. There's an optional graveyard nearby where you can raise skeletal warriors to bolster his small force. It's a quietly devastating mission structure really. Arthas is moving through the ruins of his own kingdom, past people who recognise what he is and flee from him in terror, hunting down the hidden servants of a religion that corrupted their food supply, and he is on their side now. The game doesn't editorialise, it just puts you in control and lets the horror of the situation speak for itself.
Well done, Death Knight. The cult is nearly assembled.
Lordaeron lies in ashes. What good are these cultists to us now?
They will aid you in your next undertaking.
And what's that?
You will go to Underhall and recover the remains of the Acolyte's former master, the necromancer, Quel'Thuzad.
Tichondrius meets him at the end. Well done, Death Knight, he says. The cult is nearly assembled. Arthas asks what good they are now, as Lordaeron is already ash. Tichondrius tells him they'll aid in the next undertaking. He's to go to Underhall and recover the physical remains of Quel'Thuzad, the necromancer Arthas killed in the human campaign, the man who died laughing. Tichondrius wants his bones back, and that single instruction tells you everything about what kind of campaign this is going to be. Chapter 2, Digging Up the Dead.
What the hell is that?
This crude contraption will allow you to transport the remains of our master.
Can you not simply raise the remains when we find them?
Pardon, Lord, but a being of Quel'Thuzad's power can only be reanimated at a nexus of powerful ley energies, and there are no such places in this land.
Very well then. Let's move out. Come along now, Necromancer. The powers that you once served have need of you again.
Told you, my death would mean little.
What the? Am I hearing ghosts now?
It is I, Quel'Thuzad. I was right about you, Prince Arthas.
It took you long enough. These remains are badly decomposed. They will never survive the trip to Quel'thalas.
Quel'thalas?
Yes. Only the energies of the High Elves' Sunwell can bring Quel'Thuzad back to life.
Then what must be done?
You must steal a very special urn from the Paladin's keeping. Place the Necromancer's remains within it, and he will be well protected for the journey.
As you wish.
Arthas arrives at Underhall with meat wagons provided by the cult, siege weapons capable of storing and transporting corpses, which is exactly what this mission needs. He asks the acolytes why they can't simply resurrect Quel'Thuzad on the spot. The answer is that a being of Quel'Thuzad's power can only be reanimated at a nexus point of powerful magical energy, and there are no such places in Lordaeron. The mission splits into 2 distinct phases. The first is a linear assault, Arthas pushing through paladin resistance to reach Quel'Thuzad's tomb at the cemetery. The first paladin guarding it is Garvinad the Dire, a knight of the Silver Hand, who tells Arthas to stop this madness before it's too late. Arthas tells him to stand aside as he's come to collect some old bones and doesn't want to be disturbed. Gavinride dies in this scene. Arthas retrieves the remains, but Tichondrius inspects them and delivers the problem immediately. They're badly decomposed, and they'll never survive the journey to Quel'thalas intact. They need a container, a special urn kept by the paladins nearby, enchanted to preserve whatever is placed inside. The mission's second phase is a 4-base building assault on the paladin stronghold holding that urn, and when Arthas finally fights his way through to find it, it is the urn of King Terenas, his father's own ashes. The container used to honour the king Arthas murdered 3 days ago is now the most convenient vessel available for carrying a necromancer's bones across the continent. The paladin guarding it is Uther the Lightbringer.
Your father ruled this land for 70 years, and you've ground it to dust in a matter of days.
Very dramatic, Uther. Give me the urn, and I'll make sure you die quickly.
The urn holds your father's ashes, Arthas. What, were you hoping to piss on them one last time before you left his kingdom to rot?
I didn't know what it held.
Nor does it matter. I'll take what I came for one way or another.
Their confrontation is brief and devastating. Uther tells Arthas he destroyed his father's kingdom in a matter of days. Arthas tells him to hand over the urn, but Uther is disgusted. It contains his father's ashes. Arthas' reply is that he no longer has any use for them. They fight, and Uther, the man who trained Arthas, who stood beside Lothar, who built the Knights of the Silver Hand, falls. His dying words are that he hopes there is a special place in hell waiting for Arthas. Arthas tells him that he may never find out since he intends to live forever. Then he empties the urn and places Kel'Thuzad's remains inside.
Excellent work. Now your journey to Quel'Thalas can begin.
Tell him nothing. Only you can hear me. The Dreadlords cannot be trusted. They are the Lich King's jailers. I will tell you all when I walk this world again.
Tichondrius is satisfied. The journey to Quel'Thalas can now begin, and then quietly, privately, in a voice only Arthas can hear, Kel'Thuzad speaks. His spirit is already present in the remains, already watching. He tells Arthas to say nothing to Tichondrius. The Dreadlords cannot be trusted. They are the Lich King's jailers, not his servants. He will tell Arthas everything when he walks this world once again. That last detail is the one the mission plants and leaves alone. Kel'Thuzad died knowing things Arthas didn't, and whatever he knows about the relationship between Ner'zhul and the Dreadlords is apparently important enough to keep secret even from a demon who's standing right there. The journey to Quel'Thalas starts with that warning sitting in the back of Arthas' mind, unresolved, and the Dreadlords watching every step of the way. Interlude: the Dreadlords convene.
Is everything proceeding as planned, Tichondrius? Lord Archimonde demands a report on the Scourge.
Lich King's young Death Knight has been performing well. Almost too well. I begin to wonder if Ner'zhul has ulterior motives for his new champion.
The human means nothing in the long run. Ner'zhul wouldn't dare undermine our efforts now.
Our only concern is that the Scourge accomplishes what it was created to do. Archimonde will have all our heads if we do not keep control of this situation.
Believe me, brother. Neither the Lich King nor his undead lackeys will jeopardize the Legion's return.
See that they do not. Lord Archimonde has little patience for failure.
Quel'thalas just told Arthas not to trust the Dreadlords. The game then cuts away to show us exactly why, and the scene confirms everything he warned about without Arthas ever hearing a word of it. What the Dreadlords reveal in that conversation is the layer of the story that none of the characters on the ground can see. They aren't allies, and they aren't commanders. They're watchmen, keeping a Lich King's operation on the Legion's leash, reporting upward, making sure Ner'zhul doesn't do anything with his new Death Knight that the Legion didn't sanction first. And the thing that makes Tichondrius nervous isn't that the plan is failing, it's that it's succeeding in ways he didn't anticipate, which, to a demon assigned to keep a prisoner in line, is almost more worrying. Remember, Ner'zhul is being operated from inside a block of ice with 3 demons monitoring his every move, and Tichondrius is already suspicious enough to flag it. That means whatever Ner'zhul is actually planning underneath the mission the Legion gave him, he's already started. Quel'thalas knew this. He told Arthas before he could even speak properly, and now the audience knows too. One scene ahead of everyone still on the ground. Chapter 3, Into the Realm Eternal.
Ah, the wondrous, eternal Quel'thalas. I haven't been here since I was a boy.
Be wary. The elves likely wait in ambush.
The frail elves do not concern me, Necromancer. Our forces are strengthened with every foe we slay.
Don't be too overconfident, Death Knight. The elves must not be taken lightly.
We shall see. Bring forth the prisoner. Where is the entrance to your land, elf?
You will never enter Quel'thalas, Fallen Prince. The woods themselves protect our borders, and the enchanted elf gates protect our capital.
Your precious gates will not stop me any more than these trees, little elf. Bring up the meat wagons. We'll make our own entrance.
The energies of this place are strong. Kill the elves, level their structures. This location is perfect for your base.
It'll be a pleasure.
The undead are advancing. Alert the sentries.
6 days after Underhall, Arthas stands on a cliff overlooking the forested borderlands of Quel'thalas, and his first line is almost startling in how human it actually sounds. He hasn't been here since he was a boy. Whatever is left of the person who used to visit this place is still in there somewhere, surfacing in a single unguarded sentence before Frostmourn's voice closes back over it. The prisoner the Acolytes bring forward tells him plainly that he will never enter Quel'thalas. The woods protect their borders. The elf gates protect their capital. Arthas looks at the trees and orders the meat wagons forward. They'll make their own entrance. The mission introduces something the Scourge hasn't had before: the ability to tear the landscape itself apart. The forest that protects Quel'thalas' border isn't just scenery, it's also a defensive wall, and the meat wagons exist specifically to bring it down. Once the trees fall, the elves respond in force. Swordsmen, archers, priests, sorceresses, the full military capability of a kingdom that has been at peace for long enough to forget what invasion actually looks like from the inside. The character who enters mid-battle is Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General of Silvermoon. She confronts Arthas personally, orders him to withdraw, and when he doesn't, fights him. She isn't beaten, she falls back deliberately, harassing the Scourge's advance at every step, slowing them down without ever fully engaging. It's the defensive strategy of someone who knows she's outnumbered and is buying time rather than wasting lives on a fight she can't win yet.
Fall back to the second gate. Fall back!
The elf gate has fallen. Onward, my warriors. Onward to victory.
The outer elf gate eventually falls. Sylvanas retreated deeper into Quel'thalas, still alive and still fighting. Sylvanas is worth pausing on here, because she's one of the most important characters the entire franchise ever produced, and this is where her story begins in earnest. The Night Elf history section of the manual traced the High Elves all the way back to the exile of the Quel'Darai, the Highborn who left Kalimdor after the Sundering, crossed the Maelstrom and built Quel'thalas on the far shore. 10,000 years of history, a kingdom founded on the remnants of the Well of Eternity's power, protected by runestones placed along its borders, fed by the Sunwell at its heart, a magical font that sustained every High Elf alive and had done so for millennia. This is what Arthas just walked into, not a human city, not a dwarven fortress, a living civilization whose entire existence is threaded through with ancient magic that predates the First War by 10,000 years. Sylvanas Windrunner is the Ranger General of that civilization. She's the military leader of an entire people, responsible for every life inside these borders. She's been fighting a holding action since the moment the Scourge crossed the outer Elf Gate, buying time, pulling back, looking for a way to stop something that hasn't stopped yet. What happens to her before this campaign ends is one of the most consequential moments in the history of the setting, and it starts here, with a Ranger General who held the line as long as anyone could, and then fell back to hold it somewhere else. Chapter 4, Key of the Three Moons.
Fall back to the trees!
You've won through this gate, Butcher, but you won't get through the second. The inner gate to Silvermoon can only be opened with a special key, and it shall never be yours.
You waste your time, woman. You cannot outrun the inevitable.
You think that I'm running from you? Apparently, you've never fought elves before.
Damn that woman! We must find a way to cross the river.
Sylvanas is waiting for him at the river crossing, and the exchange between them here is one of the best in the entire campaign. She isn't begging, and she isn't panicking. She's buying time with everything she has left, and she's good at it. The bridge going into the river behind her is the move of someone who has accepted she can't win the fight, and is making the next fight as costly as possible instead. Arthas watches the crossing disappear, and curses her for it. The mission introduces Crypt Fiends, Arachnid warriors who arrive as Scourge reinforcements and immediately change the tactical picture, webbing Dragonhawk riders out of the sky before they can do damage. Whatever aerial advantage the elves had is gone inside the first engagement. The objective splits across 3 separate areas of the map: Quel'thalas, Ainowin and Andarath, each holding one of the moon crystals that form the key of the Three Moons. Waygates and Goblin Zeppelins connect them, forcing a player to manage multiple fronts at once rather than pushing in a single direction. Sylvanas herself defends the third crystal, her last prepared position before the city she's been protecting this entire time.
Finally.
The gates have been opened. Once we've dealt with Sylvanas, the inner kingdom shall be ours.
Damn you monsters! What will it take to drive you back?
The Ranger woman is starting to vex me greatly.
The inner elf gate shatters. The road to Silvermoon is now open. Sylvanas falls back with her survivors to the city's outskirts. Arthas watches her go and makes a decision. He's going to deal with her personally before he marches on Silvermoon. The line he delivers makes clear this isn't about eliminating a military threat, it's personal now, in a way that says something uncomfortable about what Frostmourne is doing to whatever is still inside Arthas's head. It's worth understanding what reaching Silvermoon actually means, because the game doesn't slow down to explain it. The Sunwell, the magical font at Quel'thalas' heart, created when Dath'Remar poured the stolen waters of the original Well of Eternity into a mountain lake 10,000 years ago, isn't just a power source. It's a biological foundation of every High Elf alive. Their longevity, their magical sensitivity, their connection to the world itself, all of it flows from the Sunwell. The runestones placed along Quel'thalas' borders weren't just defensive structures, they were anchors, channeling the Sunwell's energy outward to protect the kingdom's perimeter. Arthas has been dismantling that protection piece by piece across 2 missions. and what he's been marching toward now is the thing that makes the High Elves who they are. What he does to it in the next mission isn't just a military objective, it's an act of civilizational destruction, and Sylvanas, still alive on the city's outskirts, is about to find out what it costs to be the last line of defense for something that cannot be replaced. The next mission is going to be arguably one of the worst things the Undead campaign does. Chapter 5: The Fall of Silvermoon.
You've done well, so far, but the true test still lies before you.
I was wondering when you'd show up.
I am here to ensure that you do your job, little human, not do it for you.
I will reach the Sunwell on my own, Dreadlord.
Be warned. It is a pool of mystical energy from which the elves draw their immortal powers. They will not give it up easily.
Do you think he suspects that you've been aiding me, Necromancer?
I'm sure he suspects quite a bit. It is his nature to assume the worst. Now steel yourself. The hour of my rebirth draws near.
Tichondrius is waiting on the outskirts of Silvermoon when Arthas arrives. He's been watching. He reminds Arthas pointedly, in the tone of someone who wants to be understood, that he's here to ensure the job gets done, not to do it for him. Arthas tells him he was wondering when he'd show up. The exchange is brief and loaded. The Dreadlord, who's been suspicious of Ner'zhul's motives for 2 missions, is now standing in Arthas's camp, personally making sure the Sunwell gets defiled on schedule. Sylvanas deploys immediately. She knows the city is behind her, and if Arthas gets a runner through to Silvermoon's defenders, the mission becomes significantly harder. The race begins before the base is even fully established. The mission runs on 2 objectives simultaneously: destroy Sylvanas' base and intercept every runner she sends towards the capital, because a single runner getting through brings Silvermoon's full garrison down on the Scourge's position. It's the most mechanically demanding mission in the entire Undead campaign, and the pressure is deliberate. The game wants you to feel like this defense is real, that there are people in that city who could still fight back if they got the warning in time. Sylvanas fights to the last archer. Her base goes down building by building, her forces thinning out, and when it's finally over, she makes her stand alone, saluting Arthas' forces in her own language before the final fight. Anarala Belore, by the light of the sun.
I salute your bravery, Elf, but the chase is over.
Then I'll make my stand here, Butcher. Anara la Belore. Finish it. I deserve a clean death.
After all you've put me through, woman, the last thing I'll give you is the peace of death.
No, you wouldn't dare.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Quel'Thas, and serve the Lich King once again.
I am reborn as promised. The Lich King has granted me eternal life.
I've upheld my end of the bargain, Lich. Are you ready to tell me about the Dreadlords now?
Certainly, but not here. They have eyes and ears everywhere. We'll talk where it's safe.
Eventually, she's beaten on the ground and she asks for a clean death. Arthas refuses after everything she put him through: the bridge, the runners, 2 missions of holding actions and tactical retreats. The one thing he won't give her is peace. He tears her spirit out of her body and binds it as a banshee under the Lich King's will. Then he walks past of what's left of her into Silvermoon. The city falls. The population is slaughtered. Arthas carries the urn of the King Terenas to the Sunwell at Quel'thalas' Kel'Thuzad's heart, places Kel'Thuzad's remains inside it, and defiles the most sacred magical site in High Elf history to complete the resurrection ritual. Kel'Thuzad returns as a Lich, fully restored and fully aware. Quel'thalas has ceased to exist as a nation. A handful of elves escape into the wilds, too few to matter in the moment, significant though in retrospect. They find their way to Prince Kael'thas Sunstrider, Anastarion's son, and became something new entirely. The High Elves who survived Silvermoon's fall renamed themselves the Blood Elves, in memorial to everything they lost. Their story, and Kael'thas' story, and what the destruction of the Sunwell does to a people whose entire biology was sustained by it, becomes one of the central threads of the Burning Crusade expansion a decade later. Sylvanas Windrunner eventually breaks from the Lich King's control, reclaims her body, and becomes the leader of the Forsaken, the undead faction that refuses to serve Ner'zhul, carving out their own existence in the ruins of Lordaeron. Everything she becomes afterward, every choice she makes across 15 years of Warcraft lore, every act of vengeance and every moment of cold pragmatism, all of it traces back to this courtyard and the death Arthas refused to give her. He turned the Ranger General Silvermoon into something that would outlast him, and the Warcraft franchise has been dealing with the consequences ever since. Interlude: The Revelation.
So, you're not upset about me killing you that one time?
Don't be foolish. The Lich King told me how our encounter would end.
The Lich King knew that I would kill you?
Of course. He chose you to be his champion long before the Scourge even began.
If he's so all-knowing, then how can the Dreadlords control him like they do?
They are agents of the ones who created our master, the fiery lords of the Burning Legion.
What is this Legion?
It is a vast demonic army that has consumed countless worlds beyond our own. Now it comes to set this world to the flame. Our master was created to pave the way for its arrival. The Dreadlords were sent to make sure that he succeeded.
So the plague in Lordaeron, the citadels in Northrend, the slaughtering of the elves, it was all just to prepare for some huge demonic invasion?
Yes. In time, you will find that our entire history has been shaped by the coming conflict. Now come, we have much work to do.
3 days after Silvermoon in the Alterac Mountains, what Kel'Thuzad tells Arthas here is something Emmanuel's Burning Legion origin section laid out for the audience chapters ago, but Arthas is hearing it for the first time, and the weight of it lands differently when it arrives as a confession rather than history. The Plague, the Cult, Northrend, Quel'thalas, none of it was ever really about Lordaeron, or the High Elves, or even the Lich King himself. It was preparation. The Legion has been moving towards Azeroth for longer than anyone alive has been keeping records, and everything the Scourge has done was designed to soften the world up for an invasion that was already coming regardless. The detail that cuts deepest is the one about Arthas specifically. The Lich King chose him long before any of this started, before Strathhome, before Northrend, before Frostmourne. The man who believed he was making independent decisions, who overruled Uther, who dismissed Jaina, who burned his own ships out of sheer determination, was being guided towards a specific outcome from the very beginning. Every choice that felt like defiance was the path. This is also the moment that recontextualizes everything the Dreadlords convene interlude showed us. Tichondrius' suspicion that Ner'zhul's had ulterior motives wasn't paranoia. It was the one demon in the operation smart enough to notice that a prisoner who knows everything that's going to happen might be harder to control than he appears. The Dreadlords were sent to watch the Lich King. What Kel'Thuzad is quietly telling Arthas is that Ner'zhul has been watching them back. Kel'Thuzad's closing line, that their entire history is being shaped by the coming conflict, is the thesis of everything this manual has been building towards since the Burning Legion's origin section. the First War, the corruption of the orcs, Medivh's deal with Gul'dan. All of it threads back to a war between titans and their fallen brothers that started before Azeroth had a name. Arthas is the latest piece moved into position. He just didn't know that until now. Chapter 6, Black Rock and Roll 2.
Isn't it time you told me about the second phase of the plan, Lich?
Certainly. The first phase of the Lich King's plan was to engineer the Scourge, which would eradicate any group that might resist the Legion's arrival.
Like the forces of Lordaeron and the High Elves.
Exactly. The second phase is to actually summon the Demon Lord, who will spark the invasion.
So where are we going now?
There is a nearby encampment of Blackrock orcs who maintain a functional demon gate. I must use the gate to commune with the Demon Lord and receive his instructions.
The title is a direct callback to the Human Campaign's second chapter, the same Blackrock clan, the same orc territory, seen now from the other side of the war. Quel'Thas explains the situation. Phase 2 of the Lich King's plan requires direct communication with the Demon Lord overseeing the invasion, and the nearest functional demon gate is held by the Blackrock clan. To reach it, the orcs have to go. What makes the mission setup particularly pointed is the Blackrock clan's reaction when Arthas and Quel'Thas arrive. Their warlocks believe the Burning Legion sent the Undead to test them, that the orcs are still the Legion's chosen servants, that the Undead are impure interlopers. Quel'Thas' response is delivered without anger or emphasis. The orcs fail to conquer Azeroth. They hold no favour with the Legion. They too must be scourged from the world. It's the same clan Doomhammer led, the backbone of the Second War Horde, the force that killed Lothar and almost broke Lordaeron, dismissed in a single sentence by a Lich because the Legion was done with them the moment they stopped being useful. The pattern that ran through every orcish leader from Ner'zhul to Gul'dan to Doomhammer, the Legion uses and discards, closes here on the entire clan. Quel'Thas joins as a playable hero for the first time, adding his own abilities to the Scourge's arsenal alongside Arthas. The mission also introduces Frost Worms, undead dragons, the Lich King's most powerful aerial units, which change the Scourge's capability in the air entirely. The objective is to destroy each Blackrock village and kill its champion, each of whom carries a tome of the demon lore that feeds into the power Quel'Thas needs for the Demon Gate ritual. 4 villagers, 4 champions. The Scourge grinds through them systematically.
I call upon thee, Archimonde. Your humble servant seeks an audience.
You called my name, puny Lich, and I have come. You are Quel'Thas, are you not?
Yes, Great One. I am the summoner.
Very well then. There is a special tome you must find. The only remaining spellbook of Medivh, the Last Guardian. Only his lost incantations are powerful enough to bring me into your world.
Where should we search for it, Great One?
Seek out the mortal city of Dalaran. It is there that the tome is kept. At twilight, 3 days from now, you will begin the summoning.
With the last orc champion dead, Quel'Thas approaches the Demon Gate, and Archimonde answers. The Demon Lord who led the Legion's armies through the portal at Ashara's temple 10,000 years ago, who burned Kalimdor and was only stopped by the Well of Eternity's destruction, is speaking directly to a Lich standing in a burned orc village in the Alterac Mountains. The distance between those two moments, the War of the Ancients and this, is the entire history of Azeroth, and the Legion has been working towards this conversation for all of it. Archimonde's orders are precise. Dalaran, the Book of Medivh, is kept in the Violet Citadel. 3 days from now, at twilight, the summoning begins. The Book of Medivh, The same tome the Orc campaign of Beyond the Dark Portal sent an entire expedition into Azeroth to steal. The same knowledge Ner'zhul used to tear open portals to other worlds on a dying Draenor. It has been sitting in Dalaran's library ever since Khadgar used it to seal the Dark Portal, and Archimonde wants it used one final time to bring him through into the physical world. Chapter 7: The Siege of Dalaran.
Wizards of the Kirin Tor, I am Arthas, first of the Lich King's Death Knights. I demand that you open your gates and surrender to the might of the Scourge.
Greetings, Prince Arthas. How fares your noble father?
Lord Antonidas. There's no need to be snide.
We've prepared for your coming, Arthas. My brethren and I have erected auras that will destroy any undead that pass through them.
Your petty magics will not stop me, Antonidas.
Pull your troops back, or we will be forced to unleash our full powers against you. Make your choice, Death Knight.
I sense that 3 separate wizards are maintaining these auras. If you find and kill them, the auras will disperse.
The Scourge assembles at Dalaran's gates. Arthas announces himself, first of the Lich King's Death Knights, demanding surrender. Antonidas rides out to meet him personally, flanked by knights, and opens with a question: "How fares your noble father?" A snide remark from Antonidas to try and get under Arthas' skin. Antonidas tells Arthas his mages have erected auras throughout the city that will destroy any undead that passes through them. Pull back or face Dalaran's full power. Arthas tells him that petty magics won't stop him, so the battle begins. The mission is a street-by-street assault through Dalaran itself. 3 archmages maintaining the anti-undead auras hidden across the city, each of whom has to be hunted down and killed before the aura they're maintaining disperses and the next district becomes passable. Quel'Thas can sense the wizards' positions, guiding a push forward. Along the way, the Kirin Tor's caged specimens, creatures captured for magical study, can be released, turning their own research against them. The city is being used to destroy itself. Antonidas waits at the end. His last words before the fight, cornered in his vault with the Book of Medivh on a pedestal behind him, are the same ones he opened with. A mage who spent his career trying to understand and manage threats that turned out to be far older and far more patient than anything in Dalaran's libraries could prepare him for. Arthas kills him. The Book of Medivh passes to Quel'Thas.
It pains me to even look at you, Arthas.
I'll be happy to end your torment, old man. I told you that your magics could not stop me. The spellbook is all yours, Lich. Let's take it and leave before the wizards amass for their final attack.
Indeed. I will begin summoning Lord Archimonde at sunset.
Quel'Thas begins the summoning at sunset on a hill outside of Dalaran's ruins. The surviving mages regroup and through wave after wave at the ritual site. None of it is enough. The portal tears open, Manaroth steps through first, then Kazak, then the demons pour in behind them, and finally Archimonde himself arrives in a physical world for the first time since the War of the Ancients. 10,000 years. That's how long it's been since Archimonde led the Legion's armies through Ashara's portal and and burned Kalimdor. The Night Elves destroyed the Well of Eternity to stopping then. There's no Well of Eternity to destroy this time. There's one thread worth flagging before the final mission of the campaign. Tichondrius takes the skull of Gul'dan during the assault on Dalaran, quietly, without ceremony, as if it were always part of the plan. Quel'Thas warned Arthas about the Dreadlords before he could even speak. The Dreadlords convene showed Tichondrius reporting suspicions about Ner'zhul's motives to Archimonde, and now the most powerful artifact associated with the Lich King's own history is in the Dreadlords' hands, in the same city where Archimonde just arrived. Whatever Ner'zhul has been quietly building towards underneath the Legion's operation, the Dreadlords are positioning themselves for the moment it surfaces. Cinematic: the destruction of Dalaran.
Agir, Udal, Nutaros. Agir, Modas, Betalun. Dalentaro, Ildas, Glakun. Rithum Sethara Samanar, Kutamus. Belar Sumaris, Azeroth, Rakas, Kula. Belanora, Mordanos Melar, il amor no falos cadar.
Archimonde speaks in Eredun throughout, the demonic language. This choice is deliberate. This isn't aimed at Azeroth's defenders, it's closer to a private ritual than a declaration, the act of someone who considers the city's destruction beneath the need for an audience. What makes the cinematic land as hard as it does is what Dalaran actually represents by the point in the franchise's history. The Warcraft II manual introduced it as the Sea of the Kirin Tor, the magical institution that sent Quel'Thas into exile for the interest in necromancy. The institution that built Neverguard to watch over the Dark Portal, that dispatched Ronin to Grim Batol, that as being a primary institution's response to every magical crisis Azeroth has faced since the Second War. Beyond the Dark Portal's Orc campaign, raided it and stole the Eye of Dalaran. The Kirin Tor rebuilt it. Antonidas spent his career running it. Jaina trained inside of it. It has been rebuilt, raided, and rebuilt again, and the assumption every time was that Dalaran's walls and Dalaran's mages were enough. Archimonde answers that assumption with a handful of sand. What he says while he does it cuts to the core of something the Burning Legion's origin section established, that the magic humanity discovered, studied and built its greatest institutions around wasn't an independent discovery. It was energy that originated with the Well of Eternity, which the Titans placed at Azeroth's heart, which the Legion has considered theirs by right since before any human civilization existed. The Kirin Tor didn't tame something wild. They were always using something that belonged to the people, now destroying them. That's the Undead campaign's closing argument. Sylvanas bound as a banshee, Uther dead in a graveyard, Antonidas dead in his own vault, Quel'Thalas broken, Lordaeron fallen, and Dalaran now gone. Not as a military objective, but as a statement, delivered in a language its defenders couldn't even understand, by something that barely noticed them. There's a third story running on this same timeline though, and it's the one that finally answers where that hooded stranger came from and why he was so desperate to get that horde of orcs off this continent before any of this started. That's Kalimdor, and that is where we're going next. Part 9, the invasion of Kalimdor, the Orc campaign. This campaign picks Thrall's story back up right where the prologue left him, freshly landed on Kalimdor, hunting for the prophet who called him here, and it runs on almost the exact same calendar as everything Arthas has been doing back in Lordaeron. While the human and undead campaigns were tearing a continent apart, the orcs were quietly building something new on a continent that turns out to be already very much occupied. The structural contrast with the human campaign is worth flagging before the missions begin. Arthas' story was one of escalating degradation, a hero making one defensible decision after another until he was beyond recovery. Thrall's story runs in the opposite direction. He arrives on Kalimdor already knowing who he is and what he wants. The Orc campaign isn't about a fall. It's about whether the foundation Thrall's been building, a horde defined by shamanism and honour rather than demonic corruption, can actually hold when the pressure comes. And the pressure, given what's been happening in Lordaeron while all of this was unfolding, is coming wherever Thrall is ready for it or not. The other thing this campaign introduces is the Night Elves, the people the manual's Night Elf history section spent considerable time establishing as the original inhabitants of this continent, the survivors of the War of the Ancients, the civilization that has been maintaining a 10,000-year vigil over the world's most sacred site. Thrall is about to land in their backyard, and they aren't going to be pleased about it. Chapter 1, Landfall.
Warchief, our ship sustained heavy damage when we passed through the raging maelstrom. It's unsalvageable. I knew it. Can we confirm our location? Is this Kalimdor? We traveled due west as you instructed. This should be it. Very well. Has there been any sign of Grom Hellscream or the other ships? No, Warchief. Not since we got separated. Prepare to move out. If our comrades did make it here, we should be able to find them along the coast.
The fleet didn't make it intact. The ships that carried the Horde across the Great Sea are wrecked along Kalimdor's coastline, and Thrall steps ashore with a handful of grunts and no idea where the rest of his people landed. The mission's first objective is simply finding them, scattered survivors along a rocky shore, regrouping piecemeal while Centaur raiders pick at the stragglers and Murlocs control the southern caves. Kalimdor introduces itself as hostile before Thrall has taken 50 steps inland. The encounter with Cairn happens mid-exploration. Thrall finds him surrounded by centaurs and drives them off, and Cairn's first impression of the orcs is delivered with the directness of someone who calls things as he sees them. They fight with savagery and valour both. He's intrigued. The conversation that follows is the most important exchange in the entire mission. Cairn mentions an oracle far to the north, barely gets the words out before Thrall cuts across him. North. There's an army of horsemen heading north. Cairn's village is directly in their path. The mission is a no-based escort and defense, Thrall leading Cairn and a growing force of rescued orcs and Tauren back to the village, then holding it through 4 escalating waves of centaur assault, the last one led by a champion. It plays as a straightforward defensive action, but the framing around it matters. The Horde's first act on Kalimdor is protecting someone else's home. The Tauren didn't ask for help. Thrall stepped in because Cairn had something he needed, and then stayed because it was the right thing to do, and the game doesn't distinguish between those two motivations, which feels deliberate.
Your tribe is safe, Old One.
Thanks to you, young Warchief. But the Centaur drove off all the game in this region, and I cannot allow my people to starve. Soon we must head north to the verdant grasslands of Moldor.
And you fear the marauders will overtake you?
Yes. The Devil's speed cannot be matched upon the plains.
Well, if you tell us how to reach the oracle you spoke of, then my brethren and I will escort you on your march.
I am intrigued by you and your people, young Thrall. You are more than welcome to join us.
The champion falls. Cairn tells Thrall his tribe is safe, thanks to the young war chief, but the Centaur have driven off all of the game in the region and his people can't stay. They need to push north to the grasslands of Mulgore. He knows where the oracle is. Thrall knows he needs to find the prophet. North is the answer to both problems. Cairn is worth a brief note here. The manual's orc history section described Thrall building a new spiritual identity for the Horde, reconnecting with shamanism, rebuilding relationships with the natural world, rejecting a demonic corruption that defined the old Horde. Cairn Bloodhoof is the first person on Kalimdor to look at the orcs and see something worth respecting. The Tauren are themselves a deeply shamanistic people, rooted in the land, in balance with the natural world in ways the orcs are only beginning to rediscover. The alliance that forms here between two peoples who have never met before, on a continent neither of them fully understands, is one of the most quietly significant moments in the entire orc campaign. Chapter 2, The Long March.
This land is rugged and beautiful, much like the place from which my people originally come.
Yes. We Tauren have always held a great respect for the works of the Earth Mother. There are far worse fates than living freely upon the open plains, young Lord Chief.
Perhaps. But my people deserve a land to call their own, Cairn.
War Chief, we've spotted a herd of marauders bearing down on us.
Cairn, the Kodos are overburdened and must rest. Why don't you remain here and protect the caravan while we search for a suitable oasis?
There's no need to coddle me, boy. I may be old, but I'm not helpless.
2 days later, on the desolate plains of the Barrens, Thrall walks beside Cairn as the Tauren caravan moves north, Kodo beasts laden with supplies, Tauren warriors on the flanks, and the conversation between them is the most quietly revealing exchange in the entire orc campaign so far. Thrall tells Cairn this land is rugged and beautiful, much like where his people originally came from. Cairn answers that the Tauren have always held a great respect for the works of the Earth Mother. There are far worse fates than living freely on the open plains. Thrall's response is the one that matters. His people deserve a land to call their own, not a prison camp, not an occupied kingdom, theirs. That's what this whole campaign is actually about, underneath every mission objective, and Cairn is the first person on Kalimdor who seems to understand it without needing it explained. Then the Centaur hit. The mission is a 3-stage escort, 3 oases along the route north, each one a rest point where the Kodo beast can recover before the next stretch of open desert. The Centaur attack from both ends of the caravan simultaneously, targeting the Kodo beast specifically rather than the warriors, because losing the Kodo means the caravan can't continue. Thrall pushes ahead to clear the path while the Tauren hold the rear. Warsong catapults turn up at the final oasis, abandoned by Grom's clan somewhere along the route north, the first concrete sign that the Warsong clan came this way. Scattered Warsong warriors are found along the route too, separated from Hellscream's main force by the Centaur raids. Each one confirms the same thing. Grom sent them to find Thrall, and they lost each other when the horsemen attacked. The Warsong clan is somewhere north, so is whatever Grom has been doing without Thrall's knowledge.
Kodos must be protected. Cairn, the caravan will never make it in time. Let the fury of the Earth Mother deal with these wretches as they deserve. They will trouble us no more. And you, young war chief, are free to continue your quest.
To the Oracle. What is it?
Legends say that it saw the strands of fate as they were woven by the Earth Mother. It alone can show you your destiny.
Where will I find it?
Far to the north, near the shadowy base of Mount Hyjal, lies Stone Talon Peak. You will find the Oracle within the peak's hollow. I will send my finest Kodos to aid you in your journey.
Thank you, Cairn. I will not forget you.
Go with honor, young war chief. May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
The The caravan reaches the pass into Mulgar. Cairn tells Thrall the Oracle lies within Stone Talon Peak to the north, and then he sends his finest Kodo beast to travel with the Horde as a parting gift. Go with honour, young war chief. May the Earth Mother smile upon you. It's a small moment, but it carries the weight of everything the last two missions built. Cairn doesn't owe Thrall anything beyond the debt of a rescue, and he sends his best animals anyway, because the alliance they formed across two missions has become something neither of them quite has a word for yet. In WoW, the Tauren of Thunderbluff are founding members of the Horde, and Cairn himself is one of the most respected leaders. That relationship traces back to the Desert Crossing, and a war chief who chose to protect a village that wasn't his responsibility. Interlude: The Wreckage of Lordaeron.
Hail, mighty Manaroth. How goes the invasion?
Bah! These frail humans offer no real resistance.
Then the Scourge did its job well, unlike some others I could name.
Do not mock me, Dreadlord. I am aware of the orcs' failure. When I find them, I will discipline them myself.
Yes, actually, that's why I've come. I thought you might like to know that the orcs are no longer here.
What? Are you certain?
Certain as ever, Manaroth. My agents, at least, are always dependable. They tell me that the orcs have landed on Kalimdor.
Kalimdor? But what could they be? Bah! The orcs are mine by right, and I will claim them wherever they choose to run. And you are mine, Manaroth. You will do well to remember that fact. We will watch the wayward orcs and wait. Despite their failure, they may still prove useful to us.
The Orc campaign cuts away to Lordaeron mid-invasion, burning settlements, the Legion's forces moving through what's left of the kingdom Arthas delivered to them, and Tychondrius and Manaroth are standing in the middle of it having a conversation about the Orcs. Manaroth's fury at the Horde's absence is the most important thing this scene establishes. The Orcs aren't just a failed army to him, they're his. The Warcraft III manual's Orc history section mentions that the Orcs' corruption involved demon blood, and Manaroth is the pit lord whose blood it was. The Horde that raged through 2 wars and burned Stormwind and almost took Lordaeron's capital, that was his creation. And the fact that Thrall has led them off this continent and apparently broken their connection to that corruption is, for Manaroth, a personal affront. These orcs are his by right, and he intends to claim them back. Archimonde's intervention, reminding Manaroth sharply that he belongs to Archimonde, not the other way around, adds a layer of the Legion's hierarchy that the Burning Legion origin section established, but the game hasn't made visible until now. Even Manaroth, the pit lord who corrupted an entire race, answers to someone. The Legion is not a collection of powerful demons operating independently, it's a chain of command with Archimonde near the top of it, and Archimonde's decision to watch and wait rather than immediately pursue the orcs tells you something important. Whatever the Horde might still be useful for, it isn't over yet. The scene exists in the Orc campaign specifically because the player needs to understand that Thrall's journey north towards the Oracle is not happening in isolation. The Legion knows where the orcs are. Manaroth wants them back, and whatever Thrall finds at Stone Talon Peak, he's going to need it. Chapter 3: Cry of the War Song.
Warchief, we've been trudging through this wasteland for a week with nothing to fight but centaurs and pigmen. We need real enemies to test our mettle.
Yes, boredom and the beating sun have put us all on edge. But we must push on. All will be made clear once we meet the Oracle.
As you say, Warchief. Look, it's the Warsaw clan. They're battling humans.
What? Loktar warriors! Hellscream needs help!
Wretched orcs, how dare you follow us to this land?
Save your breath, human. You needed to scream when I start tearing off your limbs.
Grom, what was this about? And how the hell did these humans get here anyway?
Same way we did, little brother. Apparently, a frail girl named Proudmoore leads them. Her forces have cordoned off the pass that leads to the north.
Well, we must make it through the pass despite her. I'll send our hunters to scout the area while we establish a base. Until then, the humans are not to be touched.
Whatever you say, Warchief.
Near the foothills of the Stone Talon Mountains, the sound of battle reaches Thrall's column before they can see what's causing it, and when they crest the ridge, Grom Hellscream and the Warsong clan are already mid-assault on a human settlement. The humans who came to Kalimdor aren't an invasion force, they're Jaina's survivors, the same people the Undead campaign showed fleeing Lordaeron, who crossed the same ocean for the same reason that the orcs did, and who have now landed on the same continent to find their oldest enemies already making camps in the foothills. From their side, they've been followed. From the orc side, both peoples are running from the exact same catastrophe, and neither one knows that about the other yet. Thrall's response to this is the measure of the leader he's become. He doesn't join the fight out of solidarity with Grom. He assesses it, concludes that these people aren't a threat to the Horde's actual goal, and orders the humans left alone. Find another way through. Scouts locate a goblin laboratory selling zeppelins, a way past the human blockade that requires no further bloodshed. The problem is Grom, who doesn't wait. The Warsong clan attacks the human bases one by one, each assault drawing retaliatory strikes onto Thrall's position. By the time the dust settles, the war Thrall explicitly forbade has been fought anyway, and it's his base that absorbed the response rather than Grom's.
With these, we can reach Stone Talon Peak by morning.
A true warrior would simply take the pass from the humans.
Have you lost what's left of your mind, Grom? I gave you a direct order to leave the humans alone. What the hell is wrong with you?
Don't lecture me, pup. The wretches deserved death. Don't you feel it, Thrall? It's like the old days, like the demons are near.
I don't know what's come over you and your men, but this bloodlust is a liability that I can't afford.
I'm sorry, Thrall. You're right. I can handle it.
I can't take that chance, Grom. Take your clan into the northern forest and build us a settlement. I'll come and find you after we've reached the Oracle.
What the confrontation afterwards reveals is the core problem the Orc campaign has been quietly building towards. The Warcraft III manual's Orc history section described Grom as the chieftain who never stopped fighting during the internment years, whose refusal to accept defeat planted the first seed of Thrall's belief that the Horde could be rebuilt as something better. That fire is exactly what made Grom valuable. It's also exactly what just started an unnecessary war. Thrall's new Horde is built on the premise that Orcs are defined by choices, not nature, that the rage and bloodlust weren't who they were, but what Manaros blood made them. Grom, clean of demon corruption for years now, still can't hold the line when there are enemies in front of him. The argument between them after the battle doesn't resolve that. Grom backs down and apologises, and Thrall accepts it, and then makes a decision that defines the rest of the campaign. He sends Grom north to Ashenvale with a purpose that suits his aggression, away from the humans, away from situations that require restraint. It's a reasonable call. The forests of Ashenvale are where the Horde needs to build, and Grom is the right person to clear them. What Thrall doesn't know, what nobody on either side knows yet, is what's waiting in those forests, and what it's going to offer the Warsong chieftain who's been told, once again, to control himself. Chapter 4: The Spirits of Ashenvale.
Damn Thrall for sending us away. He chooses to use his greatest warriors for manual labor? He'll be lost without me.
Chieftain, there's something strange about these woods. It's too
quiet. Almost like we're being watched.
Are you all afraid of spirits now? There is nothing here but ancient trees and shadow.
Anaduna farore, iseraduna bandos, ashterod nefanas.
You hear that? This place is haunted. I fear no living enemy, but my axe cannot cleave fleshless spirits.
Still your tongue and get to work. The war chief's new settlement will require a great deal of lumber. This section of forest must be cleared.
2 days later, along the borderlands of Ashenvale, Grom and the Warsong clan step under the canopy and immediately feel it. Something watching from the trees. Something that has no interest in announcing itself. Grom is not a subtle person. He notices it anyway. Ashenvale isn't just a forest. The Night Elf history section of the manual traces its origins all the way back to the aftermath of the Sundering, the ancient woodlands that Fury and Stormrage and the Druids had been maintaining for 10,000 years. The living legacy of a civilization that chose to give up magic entirely rather than risk another catastrophe like the War of the Ancients. The trees of life the mission has the player fell for lumber aren't decorative. They are the forest. Ancient beings threaded through with druidic magic, each one representing generations of careful cultivation by a people who understood that the land itself was something to be tended rather than consumed. The sentinels who respond to each incursion aren't protecting territory here, they're protecting something irreplaceable, and the mission frames their response accordingly. There's no enemy portrait for the Night Elves, no briefing text framing them as hostile. They're just there, fighting back because the Warsong clan is doing something that cannot be undone. The Furbolg side quest running alongside the main objective adds a quieter note. The Furbolgs of Ashenvale have lived under the Druid's protection for millennia, part of the forest balance. Their harassment of a goblin merchant is a symptom. The orc arrival has already disrupted something that runs deeper than territorial boundaries, and the creatures who lived within it are responding to that disruption before any formal battle has ever begun.
Chieftain, the harvesting is complete.
Good. Then we'll start constructing the settlement immediately.
The lumber is secured, the sentinels fall back, the Warsong clan has done what Thrall sent them to do. Cenarius has been watching the whole time. The Night Elf campaign will show this from his side, a demigod who fought the Burning Legion during the War of the Ancients, who can sense the residue of Manaroth's corruption still present in the Warsong clan's blood. To Thrall, that corruption is a wound his shamanism has been gradually healing. To Cenarius, standing in a forest that is now missing its trees of life, it looks exactly like what it looked like 10,000 years ago, a Legion advance force clearing ground before the main army arrives. That misunderstanding is going to have consequences, and Manaroth has been counting on it. Interlude: The Blood of Manaroth.
Ashenvale Forest. After 10,000 years, I still recognize this cursed place. This is the veil of our ancient enemy, the Night Elves demigod, Cenarius.
Yes. Lord Archimonde demands that Cenarius be destroyed before we launch the invasion of Kalimdor.
I would relish the chance to face him again in combat. But he is crafty and rarely appears in the open.
Fateful as it sounds, your pet orcs have recently despoiled these forest lands and incurred his wrath. Lord Archimonde and I believe that the orcs are capable of killing Cenarius for us.
They would have little chance against Cenarius. If memory serves, his powers were quite formidable.
Yes,
but so are yours. The blood pact that you made with the orcs long ago still binds them to you. You need only recharge their energies.
Just what are you suggesting, Dreadlord?
Spill your burning blood into this pool. Its corruption will lure the orcs to it. And once they've tasted your blood again, they will be unstoppable.
Later that evening, near the Moonglades of Cenarius, Manoroth recognises the forest the moment he steps into it. 10,000 years, and Ashenvale still looks the same. That detail lands differently once you know what Manoroth actually is. The Burning Legion origin section of the manual placed Manoroth at the War of the Ancients, the Pit Lord whose armies burned Kalimdor alongside Archimonde, who fought Cenarius personally and knows from experience how formidable the demigod becomes when he has a reason to appear in the open. The forest Grom's clan is currently logging is the same forest Manoroth marched through when the Well of Eternity was still intact and Ashara's Highborn were holding a portal open. What this interlude finally names on screen is the mechanism that the 2 games worth of lore has been building towards without ever stating it directly. The Warcraft II manual had Antonidas theorising that the orcs had been under demonic influence for generations. Gul'dan's own account described learning from Kil'jaeden but never explained the specific binding, the blood rite that Gul'dan administered on Draenor, the one that turned grey-skinned orcs green that Juratan and Draka refused for their son, that the Rise of the Horde novel traces across an entire generation, was Manoroth's blood, his specifically. The pact it created was never dissolved by Thrall's shamanism, it was just dormant at this point. Tichondrius' plan is to reactivate it. The orcs have already drawn Cenarius out by despoiling his forest, which is exactly the problem. Cenarius won't fight in the open without reason, and he's too powerful to face directly without something evening the odds. But corrupted orcs, driven by Manoroth's blood, capable of chaos damage that bypasses divine armour, they might actually be able to kill him. The Legion uses its written off pieces to solve the problems it can't solve with its active forces. Manoroth bleeds into the pool, and its waters turn red. The trap is built on a single assumption, that Grom Hellscream, under enough pressure, will reach for power rather than restraint. Everything Thrall built to prevent exactly that. The shamanism, the honour codes, no identity for the Horde, is only as strong as a choice is made in a moment it's tested, and Grom is alone in a forest that is bearing down on him, with a pull of something that promises to make him strong enough to win. Chapter 5, The Hunter of Shadows.
Who dares defile this ancient land? Who dares the wrath of Cenarius and the Night Elves?
The forest is coming alive! We're under attack!
Let battle be joined!
The pool emanates grave power, but I smell the stench of a demon curse about it.
I am cursed already. If I must drink from these waters to defeat Cenarius, then I will.
No, that goes against everything the War Chief teaches us. We can't let rage overcome us again.
No, warrior. We must embrace it as never before. We must become the vessels of destruction that we were meant to be. Yes! I feel the power once again. Come, my warriors. Drink from the dark waters, and you will be reborn.
The witch doctors find it first, dark power radiating from somewhere deeper in the forest. They track it to the pool, and the satyrs guarding it make no effort to hide what it is. Their masters charge them with protecting it. The witch doctors tell Grom what they sense on it immediately: a demon curse. Grom's answer to this information, that he's cursed already, is the whole tragedy of the Orc campaign in a single sentence. He isn't wrong. The residue of Manaroth's blood has been in him for decades, diagnosed by Antonidas as a corruption so deep it's biological. Thrall shamanism has been managing it, healing it slowly, treating the symptoms of something with roots that go all the way back to Draenor. And now Grom is standing in front of a pool that would make that corruption active again, with a demigod destroying his clan's positions one by one beyond the tree line, and a grunt at his shoulder telling him that this goes against everything the war chief teaches them. Grom tells the grunt they must embrace the rage as never before. Then he drinks. By the time the corruption takes hold, Cenarius has already dismantled 3 of the Warsong's outlying bases. The chaos that the blood introduces is immediate and total. Shamans become warlocks, orcs become fell orcs. The entire force physically remade into something a legion would recognise. The objective is to kill a demigod who just destroyed a third of the available army before the mission's first cutscene finished playing. Cenarius' confrontation with Grom in the forest carries the weight of 10,000 years of history. He fought the Burning Legion during the War of the Ancients. He watched the Well of Eternity destroyed to stop exactly the kind of corruption currently running through every orc in the area. When he tells Grom the demons did their job well, that the orcs are as reckless and bloodthirsty as they ever were, it's a judgment delivered by someone with enough history to know exactly what they're looking at. Grom's insistence that the orcs are free is met with a question that defines the entire mission. Is that what you tell yourself? There's no good answer for that, and Grom doesn't try to find one, and he kills Cenarius anyway.
Hello again, Gromash. Manaroth. It can't be. I've come to bring you and your brethren back into the fold. Though you orcs failed the Burning Legion before, you will now serve us once again. No. We are free. Stupid, pitiful creature. I am the rage in your heart. I am the fury of your thoughts. I alone empowered you to bring chaos to this world, and by the endless void you shall.
Manaroth steps out of the trees the moment it's over. He doesn't need a speech. Cenarius died asking Grom whether the orcs were truly free. Manaroth's answer, delivered to a red-skinned orc standing over a demigod's corpse, closes that question permanently. He's the rage in Grom's heart. He always was, and the Warsong clan is his again. The Legion didn't manufacture a new Gul'dan, as it didn't need to. It just needed to put Grom Hellscream under enough pressure that drinking demon blood felt like the only available move, and then leave the pool there. Everything Thrall built is still standing. It just lost its most dangerous and most essential piece to a trap that was designed specifically for the kind of orc Grom has always been. Chapter 6, Where Wyverns Dare.
We're under attack!
War Chief, we scouted the peak as you ordered. The humans have entrenched their fortifications all the way up to the summit.
What are they up to? If they're looking to pick a fight, they've had ample opportunities before this.
Ishnialo Pora, young War Chief.
Cairn, what are you doing here?
Our debt to you orcs can only be repaid with blood. We've come to help you reach the Oracle. However, those metal-clad pinkskins look like trouble.
Those pinkskins are called humans. They are our enemies from across the sea. They seem intent on keeping us from the peak.
The Oracle's wisdom belongs to all. Perhaps the wyverns that live nearby can be of use to us. They have no love for hostile intruders.
At the base of Stone Talon Peak, the path north is blocked. Jaina's forces have fortified the approach all the way to the summit, too entrenched to push through directly, even with the Tauren alongside. Then Cairn arrives, having settled his people safely in Mulgore, and with him a solution: wyverns, caged by the harpies in the hills nearby, powerful enough to carry riders past the human blockade entirely. Cairn's return matters beyond the tactical problem he solves. The alliance between orcs and Tauren wasn't a formal treaty negotiated between governments. It was built across 2 missions of shared hardship, a desert crossing, a centaur attack, Cairn sending his finest Kodo beast with Thrall as a parting gift. He came back because that's what the relationship built between them means. In a campaign largely about whether the Horde can form genuine bonds with other peoples rather than simply dominating them, Cairn walking back into Thrall's camp after settling his own people is the answer. The mission runs Thrall and Cairn as a hero pair through the Stone Talon foothills, human bases, hostile wildlife, the harpy camps holding the wyverns. There's an optional fountain quest that involves tracking down a glyph of purification to cleanse a pool poisoned by centaur. After a campaign that's just watched a corrupted pool undo years of work in a single scene, a small act of choosing to restore something rather than exploit it lands differently than it might have in Chapter 2.
Hold, War Chief.
That's the young sorceress Grom told me about. It appears that she seeks the Oracle as well.
Be wary, young one. That cave is the perfect spot for an ambush.
Don't worry, Cairn. I was raised by the humans. I know their tricks and stratagems. There's no way that I'll let them stop me from reaching the Oracle.
The wyverns carry them to Stone Talon Peak's entrance. Jaina Proudmoore is already there, heading in. Cairn warns Thrall the cave is the perfect spot for an ambush. Thrall's response, that he was raised by humans, he knows their tricks, is the most unguarded thing he says in the entire Orc campaign. It's also the thing that tells you most about what he actually is underneath the Warchief's authority. He was Blackmoor's prisoner and his student and his slave, and the knowledge he took from that captivity is still the thing he reaches for when he needs to think quickly. Grom is somewhere in Ashenvale, bound again to Manaroth, and Thrall is about to follow his old enemy's daughter into a cave looking for answers. The Oracle has been a destination since the Prophet first appeared to him in the prologue. Whatever is waiting inside Stone Talon Peak is going to have to be enough to save both the Horde and the Chieftain who've just handed himself back to the Legion. Because Thrall came all this way and he's not leaving without both. Chapter 7, The Oracle.
The path cuts off in different directions.
Either of those caverns could stretch for miles. Perhaps we should split up.
Very well. Be careful, young one. There's no telling what ancient creatures lie within the mountain's depths.
I will, Cairn. Good luck.
20 minutes later, inside the caverns of Stone Talon Peak, the cave divides Thrall and Cairn onto separate paths, each working towards the same destination through different routes. The mission's centerpiece is Azun, a petrified night elf priestess whose story the cave contains without explaining. She mocked the Oracle's wisdom long ago and was transformed into living stone as punishment. Her gemstone hat was taken from her and scattered. Only returning it breaks the curse and reveals a spectral bridge bridge to the Oracle's inner chamber. The game drops this mythology into a dungeon crawl without ceremony, and it's worth sitting with briefly. Zuna's story is about the cost of dismissing something ancient and patient. A princess who challenged the wisdom she didn't understand and has been paying for it with stone ever since. The Orc campaign has spent 8 chapters watching what happens when power is reached for without wisdom. The cave puts a version of that consequence in Thrall's path and asks him to restore what was taken before he can reach what he came in for. The mission is the most puzzle-focused chapter of the entire Orc campaign. Thrall and Cain navigating separate cave networks, solving environmental obstacles, recovering a gemstone heart, activating a spectral bridge. Combat is present but secondary. The structure rewards patience and exploration rather than force, which after the Hunter of the Shadows feels deliberate.
Orcs. I knew that we were being followed. Defend yourselves!
Stop! There will be no violence in this place.
That voice. You're no oracle. You're the prophet.
Very perceptive, son of Durotan. I am the prophet. And now that I've lured you all here, I will tell you what destiny holds.
What the hell is going on here?
Thrall, this is Jaina Proudmoore, leader of the survivors of Lordaeron.
Survivors? What are you talking about?
The invasion of the Burning Legion has begun. Lordaeron has already fallen, and now the demons come to invade Kalimdor. Only together, united against the Shadow, will you be able to save this world from the flame.
Unite with them? Are you mad?
Have you heard nothing that I've said? The Legion comes to undo history and end all life. Thrall, your friend Hellscream has already fallen under the demon's influence. Soon he and your whole race will be lost forever.
No. I'll die before I let that happen.
Then you must rescue him immediately. He is the key to the destiny I promised you. However, you will need help.
Wait, this is insane. You can't possibly expect me to—
Destiny is at hand, young sorceress. The time to choose has come. For the fate of all who live, humanity must join forces with the Horde.
Jaina's forces are already in the Oracle's chamber when Thrall and Cain arrive. Both sides prepare to fight. Then a voice fills the cave and stops them cold. Thrall recognises it. The prophet steps forward and confirms what Thrall already suspected. There is no Oracle, or rather the Oracle was never the point. He brought them both here because the conversation he needs to have requires both of them in the same room at the same time. What he tells them is the thesis of the entire game, delivered here at the intersection of every campaign's timeline. The Legion's invasion has already begun, Lordaeron has fallen, and Kalimdor is next, and the only thing capable of stopping it is the two peoples currently pointing weapons at each other in a cave in Stone Talon Peak. Jaina's resistance is entirely understandable. She crossed an ocean to get away from a war, and now a stranger is asking her to start another one alongside the enemy she's been fighting her whole career. The argument that breaks it isn't a geopolitical one, it's Grom. The prophet tells Thrall plainly that Hellscream has already fallen, and that if nothing is done, the entire Orc race goes with him. The reason Thrall's single word response, "no," ends the argument is rooted in everything the manuals established about Grom's role in the Horde's history. He was the chieftain who never stopped fighting during the internment years, the fire that first made Thrall believe his people could be rebuilt. If Grom is lost, then the thing that started all of this is lost with him. Jaina hears that, and whatever objection she had runs out of room to stand. The prophet still hasn't named himself, and he won't, not here at least. That comes in the Night Elf campaign, from a different angle, to an audience that will understand the weight of it in ways Thrall and Jaina currently can't. For now, he's just the voice that stopped a battle and told two old enemies the world needs them to choose differently than they have before. Chapter 8, By Demons Be Driven.
If the prophet was correct, then the Warsong encampment lies just over the ridge. We should ready ourselves for battle.
I know, Cain. It's just that I never thought I'd live to see the day when I had to fight my own people.
Just remember, Thrall. With this soul gem, you can capture your friend Hellscream's spirit without hurting him. But you need to bring it back to my base immediately, so we can free Grom from the demon's control.
I appreciate your help, Miss Proudmoore. Yet another day I thought I'd never live to see.
That makes two of us. I'll return to my base and aid you as best I can. Good luck. Gentlemen.
3 days later, near the edge of the Barrens, Thrall tells Cain quietly that he never thought he'd live to see this day, about to fight his own people, alongside humans, to save the chieftain who first made him believe the Horde could be something worth saving. Jaina gives him a soul gem and leaves him to take charge of her own forces. The plan is to capture Grom rather than kill him, bring him to a ritual circle where shamans and priests can work together to purge the corruption. Thrall tells Cain that if it doesn't work, the Orcish race may be doomed. What makes that line land as more than dramatic framing is what the manual established about the blood curse. Manaroth's pact didn't just corrupt individual orcs, it altered the race biologically, changed their skin, their eyes, the biochemistry of their aggression. Antonidas spent years trying to understand the lethargy in the internment camps and concluded the orcs were in a kind of withdrawal from something that had been running through their blood for decades. If Grom can't be pulled back from a full re-corruption, the question isn't just whether one chieftain can be saved, it's whether the treatment ever actually worked. The mission is the first time in the franchise that Orc, Tauren and human forces fight together under shared command, a coalition that would have been unthinkable at any point in either of the previous two games, now operating as a single army against a Warsong clan wielding the same chaos corruption that levelled Cenarius. The objective is to break through the Warsong defences and reach Grom using a soul gem rather than killing him. Thrall has to go in alone at the end, no support, just a war chief trusting that the bond between them is still somewhere underneath the corruption. When Thrall reaches Grom, what Grom tells him is the revelation that reframes everything. The Legion corrupted the orcs because they were allowed to. Back on Draenor, the chieftains drank Manaroth's blood knowingly. They chose to. The Warcraft II manual had Gul'dan describing a blood rite as something he designed and administered, but it was always presented as something done to the orcs, a corruption they were victims of. What Grom tells Thrall in this canyon is that the chieftains chose. They condemned themselves and every orc that came after them with their eyes open. Thrall attacks him, the war chief who built his entire identity and the entire Horde around the belief that his people were victims of something imposed on them without consent, loses control completely when that belief is taken away. He pulls himself back, uses the gem and carries Grom to the circle.
Grom, you've got to come with me!
And where would you lead me, boy? Destiny is at hand. Lord Manaroth is our master now.
Who? You're not talking sense.
Thrall. You always believed that the demons corrupted our race, but that's only half true. We gave ourselves up willingly on Draenor. The other chieftains and I, we drank Manaroth's blood, Thrall. We brought this curse upon ourselves.
You did this to our people knowingly? Gah!
Sorry. I am so sorry.
To hell with your apologies! Right now, I need you to help me save our people.
Manaroth. We must face Manaroth in the canyon.
Then let's go. I don't want to keep the bastard waiting.
The cleansing works. Shamans and priests together, for the first time, pull Manaroth's influence out of Grom's blood. He's ashamed. He tries to apologise, but Thrall doesn't want it. He needs Grom's help right now, not his remorse. Grom tells him Manoroth is waiting in a nearby canyon. Thrall's answer closes a scene without ceremony. Then, let's go. He doesn't want to keep the bastard waiting. What happens in that canyon is the end of an arc that runs all the way back to Gul'dan standing before Kil'jaeden on Draenor. The corruption that was offered to the Orc chieftains, chosen by them, administered through Manoroth's blood, carried across a portal into Azeroth, sustained through 2 wars and the interment years, and Thrall's slow patient healing. It dies when Grom drives Gorehowl into Manoroth's chest and takes the explosion that follows without retreating. The blood curse that defined the Orcish race for generations ends, not because Thrall found a cure, not because a mage in Dalaran finally understood it, but because the Orc who chose it twice chose something different on the 3rd attempt. The manual's Orc history section described Grom as the fire that first made Thrall believe his people could be rebuilt. The idealist who kept fighting when everyone else accepted the camps. That same fire is what made him drink from the pool, and what made him charge Manoroth alone, and what cost him everything. He couldn't stop reaching. The last thing he reached for turned out to be the one that mattered.
So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hellscream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race. The boy believed you could be saved, but he didn't know what burns within your soul. When in your heart you know we are the same. Thrall, the blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins. I have freed myself. No, old friend. You freed us all.
Thrall reaches Grom as he's dying. What's worth carrying forward from here, particularly for anyone who comes to this video already knowing WoW's later expansions, is that Grom's son Garrosh was born after this campaign, raised on stories of his father's shame rather than his redemption, and eventually became one of the most consequential and most destructive figures in the entire franchise's history. Warlords of Draenor, released in 2014, takes Garrosh's story to the point of him travelling back through time to prevent his father from ever drinking Manaros blood in the first place, creating an alternate Draenor where Grom lives, leads an uncorrupted Iron Horde, and the redemption that cost him everything in this canyon simply never needed to happen. It's a story that treats his death as unfinished business rather than a closed chapter, which is either a fascinating complication or a very strange thing to do with the cleanest arc in 3 games, depending on how you feel about it. That is the Orc campaign. 3 storylines, human, undead and orc, have now converged on the same continent at the same moment, chasing the same enemy. There's one faction left whose side of the story hasn't been told yet, and it's the same one that's been living on Kalimdor the entire time, watching all 3 of these armies arrive uninvited on land that has been theirs for 10,000 years. Part 10. Eternity's End, the Night Elf campaign. This is the campaign that finally closes the loop the manual opened with the War of the Ancients. 10,000 years of quiet vigilance, and it turns out Tyrande's unshakable feeling that the Legion would return one day was right all along. The Night Elf campaign is structurally different from everything that came before it in Reign of Chaos. The human campaign was a fall, the undead campaign was conquest, the orc campaign was a rebuilding. This one is a reckoning, a civilization that has spent 10,000 years preparing for exactly this moment, discovering that preparation and readiness are not the same thing, and that the enemy that returns is never quite the one that was anticipated. It's also the campaign that finally names the Prophet. Every other campaign has been circling that question. Who is the hooded stranger? Why does he know what's coming? What did he mean when he told Thrall he failed humanity once before? And the Night Elves are the ones who get the answer, because they're the only people on Kalimdor old enough to recognise him when they see him. The manual's Night Elf history section introduced Tyrande as the first priestess of Elune, who spent 10,000 years maintaining the Sentinels while Furion and the Druids slept in the Emerald Dream. Introduced Furion as the architect of the Night Elf civilization's survival, the person who made the hardest calls after the Sundering and built something from the wreckage. And it introduced Illidan, sealed underground for 10,000 years, as the unresolved consequence of the choice Furion made when he ran out of other options. All 3 of them are about to become relevant again at the same time, and that is rarely a good sign. Chapter 1. Enemies at the Gate.
Pardon, Priestess, but you've been staring out across Ashenvale for hours.
I sense something dark stirring within the forest, Chandris. It feels as if it's heading this way.
The Greenskins who killed Cenarius?
Perhaps. Perhaps something more.
Put your backs into it. Jaina and the Orc War Chief expect this base to be built swiftly.
Ah, we shouldn't even be here. Or siding with the orcs.
We're here to hunt the remaining demons, human. You're lucky our goals are the same.
All right, you men. Mind your business. Back to work.
So, these orcs and humans presume to run rampant through our lands? They will regret ever stepping foot into Ashenvale. We will establish a base and deal with these outlanders as they deserve.
Tyrande has been standing at the edge of Ashenvale for hours, watching. Her lieutenant Chandris asks if something's wrong. Tyrande tells her she senses something dark stirring in the forest, moving this way. Chandris suggests it might be the Greenskins who killed Cenarius. Tyrande answers that it might be something more. Then they spot Duke Lionheart breaking up a squabble between a human footman and an orc grunt in the clearing below. These are Jaina and Thrall's combined forces, pushing deeper into Ashenvale to hunt whatever demonic presence is left after Manaroth's death. From Tyrande's vantage point, watching a human and an orc argue about who has the more right to be in this forest, their stated purpose is irrelevant. Their presence is sacrilege. The Night Elf campaign opens with a perspective the previous 3 campaigns didn't have access to. The people who have been here for 10,000 years, watching foreign armies treat their homeland as a theatre of war. From Jaina's side, this is demon hunting. From Thrall's side, this is settling a new homeland. From Tyrande's side, it's all the same thing. Outlanders who don't understand what they're standing in. The mission is a base building assault, but it opens with something more characteristically Night Elf than any other campaign's first chapters. A Furbolg shaman whose tribe is preparing to migrate because of an evil presence in the land, but who has lost members of the tribe in the chaos. Tyrande finds them all and brings them safely home before moving on Duke Lionheart's base. The Furbolgs fight alongside the Night Elves afterwards. This priority order matters. Tyrande's first act on behalf of her homeland isn't military though, it's pastoral. The Night Elf relationship with Ashenvale's native peoples, built across the same 10,000 years of vigil that produced the Sentinels, expresses itself here as naturally as breathing.
It's the Undead! Defend yourselves!
They must have followed us from Lordaeron.
I'm senseless. The dead advance in waves. Quickly, my sisters. Back to the trees. We are no match for a force this fast.
Duke Lionheart falls, the human and orc base is rubble, and then the sky turns red. Rain of fire falls on the ruins before the smoke has even cleared, and through it comes the burning legion. Doomguards, undead, demons pouring into the clearing in numbers that dwarf the force Tyrande just defeated. A grunt shouts that it's the undead. A footman recognises them. They must have followed from Lordaeron. Tyrande's response is the one the manual's Night Elf history section spent 10,000 years building towards. Elune, save us. She orders the retreat back to the trees. What the campaign establishes in this single mission is that the Night Elves have been fighting the wrong enemy. The humans and orcs were an irritant. The Legion is the thing Tyrande sent steering in the forest before the mission even started. The thing that is something more. The Sentinels just used their strength to clear a base that the demons destroyed seconds later without effort. The scale of the problem has just become visible. Chapter 2, Daughters of the Moon.
The undead are tireless. There's no way to outrun them.
You see, Lord Archimonde, we need not fear the Night Elves. The Scourge can...
Archimonde, after 10,000 years, how is it possible?
The Legion has returned to consume this world, woman. And this time, your troublesome race will not stop us.
Fools! Let her slip away! Find her, damn you! Find her and kill her!
The day we have long feared has finally come. The Burning Legion has returned. I must cross the river and warn the rest of my sisters before all is lost.
3 hours later, Tyrande and the 2 remaining archers have been running since the retreat from Lionheart's base, and the demons have been following the whole time. They've run out of room in a dead end, and Archimonde and Tichondrius step out of the dark to meet them personally. Archimonde's opening line to Tyrande is the one the manual's Night Elf history section made inevitable. The Legion has returned to consume this world, and this time her troublesome race will not stop them. 10,000 years ago, Tyrande's predecessor built the Sentinels on the shakable feeling that the Legion would come back. Then Tyrande does something that forces Archimonde to kill one of his own Doomguards in fury. She shadow melds, steps into the shadows and disappears, standing exactly where she was while the demons tear the forest apart looking for her. The mission is one of the most mechanically distinctive in the entire game, Tyrande alone for the most of it, moving through demon-patrolled forest under the cover of night, using shadow meld to evade rather than to fight, gathering scattered archers and huntresses along the route. The Night Elf capacity for stealth, ambush and operating in darkness isn't a gameplay mechanic bolted onto a standard RTS unit. It's a 10,000-year-old military tradition built for this exact kind of situation, and the mission finally shows it functioning as intended. The complication arises when dawn breaks. Shadow meld requires darkness. Daylight forces Tyrande to fight her way through whatever she can no longer avoid, and the mission structure shifts accordingly. What the Night Elves are trained for and what the sun allows are two different things, and the game uses that biological constraint to build real pressure into the mission's final stretch.
Tyrande, praise Elune you've made it. The undead appeared out of nowhere and attacked our village without warning.
Ishnudaldieb Chandris, we have a greater problem. The undead were sent here by the Burning Legion, our ancient enemies of old. Against such might, we have only one option. We must awaken the druids.
Tyrande reaches Chandris and the Night Elf outpost. Her conclusion is the one that drives the rest of the campaign. The Burning Legion has returned, the druids must be awakened. 10,000 years of voluntary sleep. The manual described that the druids pact with Ysera as a trade, centuries in the Emerald Dream in exchange for the World Tree's protection and the Night Elves' immortality. Furion accepted that trade and has been honouring it ever since, sleeping while Tyrande and the Sentinels maintain the vigil he set them to. The moment Tyrande decides to wake him is the moment she overrides an agreement that has been held since the aftermath of the Sundering, because the thing that agreement was designed to prepare for has arrived, and preparation time is over. Chapter 3, The Awakening of Storm Rage.
With Cenarius dead, it falls to us to awaken the druids. We must recover the demigod's horn from the sacred Moonglade Isle. Only its clarion call can awaken the druids from their slumber.
But Priestess, the orcs have established a crude settlement upon the isle. We'll need to fight our way through them to reach Cenarius' horn.
Priestess Tyrande, thank Elune we found you. The undead are advancing upon the nearby barrow dens. The dens seem abandoned, but
there is one druid sleeping within them, sister. Furion Stormrage. He is the wisest and most powerful of all the druids. He must be warned that the Legion has returned.
Then we'd better hurry. If the undead overtake his den before he's awakened...
Let us make haste, my sisters. All our hopes rest on Furion's awakening.
The next day, near Moonglade, scouts bring Tyrande two pieces of bad news simultaneously. The only approach to Moonglade Isle, where Cenarius' horn is kept, the only instrument capable of waking a sleeping druids, is blocked by an orc settlement, and Malfurion's barrow den is in danger. Scourge forces nearby are harvesting trees around it, and those trees are the only barrier between the undead and a sleeping archdruid who cannot defend himself. The horn of Cenarius derives a brief note. Cenarius Cenarius, the demigod killed by Grom Hellscream in the Orc campaign, whose death the Night Elves blamed on the Scourge before they knew the full story, was the being who taught Fury Druidism in the first place. His horn, kept sacred at Moonglade since his death 10,000 years after the War of the Ancients, is the only thing that can reach the Druids in the Emerald Dream and call them back. The fact that waking the Druids requires an artifact from a dead demigod is something a game doesn't really dwell on, but it's there. The mission runs two objectives in parallel under a hard timer: assault the Orc settlement blocking the path to Moonglade Isle, while the Scourge slowly destroys the trees protecting Malfurion's Barrow Den. A counter tracks how many trees remain, and when it reaches 0, the Undead reach Furion. Tyrande has to move fast enough on the Orc base to clear the path to the Horn, defeat 3 Primal Guardians protecting it, and blow the horn before the forest runs out. The Primal Guardians, keepers of the grove, ancient beings of the forest, are protecting the horn because that's what being left there to do. They don't know about the Legion. They don't know Tyrande is coming for the right reasons. They just know that an intruder is approaching a sacred artifact and they respond accordingly. It's the same dynamic that defined the Night Elf campaign's relationship with the other factions throughout. Forces acting on incomplete information, doing the right thing for the wrong situation.
At last, the Horn of Cenarius. Now we can awaken Furion.
The horn has sounded, and I have come, as promised. I smell the stench of decay and corruption in our land. That angers me greatly. Come forth, you defenders of old. Crush these invaders, as you did in ages past.
Tyrande sounds the horn, and Furion awakens. His first words are the ones the manual's Night Elf history section spent considerable time building towards. The smell of decay and corruption in the land angers him greatly. Then he calls treants from the forest around him, and the undead closing in on his Barrow Den are torn apart before they can reach it. He has been asleep for centuries, and he's still the most powerful thing in the clearing within seconds of opening his eyes. Furion Stormrage is the architect of the Night Elf civilization's survival after the Sundering, the person who made the druidic choice, who sealed his brother underground, who bound the Will Tree and accepted the druid's millennia-long sleeping vigil as the price of safety. His first conscious act after 10,000 years of sleep is to destroy the Scourge. His second is to find out what Tyrande woke him for, which means the next chapter has to explain not just the Legion's return, but everything what happened to Ashenvale while he was gone, including what's buried underneath it. Chapter 4: The Druids Arise.
It has been 1,000 years since I last looked upon you, Tyrande. I thought of you every moment I roamed through the Emerald Dream.
My heart rejoices to see you again, Furion. But I would not have awakened you unless the need was urgent.
In the dream, I felt our land being corrupted, just as if it were my own body. You were right to awaken me.
The Burning Legion has returned, Furion. Cenarius is dead, and Outlanders roam freely through our most sacred vales.
As was foretold. No doubt Archimonde will make his way to Hyjal Summit and attack the World Tree. If he succeeds in draining the tree's energies, this world will be doomed.
My only thought was to awaken you and the rest of the Druids. The Druids of the Talon reside within the Barrow Dens at the end of this valley. If we can reach them, we may have a chance to stop Archimonde and his demons.
That did it, boys! We've driven them off! Let's regroup back at the base and tend to our wounded.
So, the Outlanders battle against the Undead as well. They could prove to be powerful allies against Archimonde and his ilk.
They are mongrels and nothing more. They are responsible for Cenarius' death. I will be damned before I stand with them.
Perhaps you are right, my love. We will establish our new settlement here. Keep your sentries alert. I doubt that we have seen the last of the Outlanders or the Undead.
Furion and Tyrande push deeper into the forest around Moonglade, moving towards the Barrow Dens where the druids of the Talon are sleeping. The world Furion woke up to is not the one he went to sleep in. The corruption that started in Ashenvale has spread. Furbolgs who escaped to the region have been drinking from the tainted well and have lost their minds entirely. Tyrande recognises them immediately. She orders them to be put down before they can harm anyone else. Furion tells her she's changed. There's little mercy left in her. Tyrande's response is the most important exchange in the entire mission. Long ago she swore to protect this land, and she never had the luxury of sleeping through times of great peril. It's a line that cuts in two different directions at once. It's true. Tyrande has spent 10,000 years maintaining the Sentinels, while Furion and the Druids rested in the Emerald Dream, and whatever softness the long sleep preserved him in was paid for by the vigilance she sustained alone, and it's also the first visible crack in their relationship the manual described so carefully. The two of them separated by 10,000 years of different experience, now trying to work together under the worst possible circumstances, and already disagreeing about what mercy means. The mission is a base building and exploration chapter running 3 distinct threads simultaneously. The main objective is reaching the Barrow Den and awakening the druids of the Talon. The optional quest involves a crazed Furbolg warlord whose madness is driving his entire tribe, and blocking the path to the Barrow Den is a corrupted night elf outpost. Ancients and treants that satyrs, operating on Tichondrius' direct orders, have twisted into something hostile. Furion's line when they find it, that it pains him these creatures once called themselves night elves, lands against Tyrande's mercy comment from earlier. He has standards about what counts as worthy of grief. She doesn't have the time for them. There's also a death revenant haunting a blighted glade nearby, an optional enemy whose defeat cleanses the forest around it. One small act of restoration in a mission defined by accumulating damage.
Come forth, druids of the Talon. Let the storm crows fly once again upon the winds of war. Ishnu Allah, my brethren. Kalimdor has need of your powers once again, for the hour of doom is at hand.
We are yours to command, Shundo Stormrage.
Now we must delve into the earth, and rouse the ferocious druids of the Claw from their slumber.
The Horn of Cenarius wakes the druids of the Talon. Furion immediately sets their next destination, the Barrow Deeps, where the druids of the Claw are sleeping. His framing of it is straightforward. With the druids awake, they have a chance to stop Archimonde. What neither of them mention yet, but what both of them are about to find at the entrance of the Deeps, is that the Barrow Deeps contain something other than sleeping druids. Chapter 5, Brothers in Blood.
These Barrow Deeps have remained untouched for nearly 3,000 years. Still, there's no telling what creatures may have taken up residence after we sealed these tunnels shut.
There is nothing to fear in this place. The only enemy that has ever given me pause is now corrupting the lands above us. Let us be done with this business and get back to the surface.
Agreed. Just be careful. There is no telling how the druids of the Claw will react to us after all this time.
The pathway cuts off to the south, but this doorway looks promising.
Oh no. How could I have forgotten?
What is behind this door that worries you, my love?
This door leads to Illidan's prison, Tyrande. We should go. Now.
Illidan? It's been 10,000 years. Could he still be alive? We should free him, Furion. He would be the perfect ally against the undead and their demon masters.
No, Tyrande. That beast must never be set free.
But he is your brother.
Be that as it may. He is far too dangerous. I forbid it.
Only the goddess may forbid me anything. I will free Illidan whether you like it or not.
The next morning, inside the Barrow Deeps, the same Furbolg shaman Tyrande helped in Chapter 1 has been bitten by a spider and fallen gravely ill. A small side quest the game drops into the opening of the deepest, most consequential chapter in the campaign, and it matters because Tyrande stops to help him anyway. The mission structure rewards that instinct. The shaman's healing is the optional quest, and the reward comes in useful for what follows. Then they reach the gate to Illidan's prison. Furion doesn't want to go in, but Tyrande does. The argument is brief and absolute. She believes Illidan's power is exactly what they need against the Burning Legion, and Furion believes releasing a person who betrayed the Resistance during the War of the Ancients and then created a new Well of Eternity in direct defiance of his wishes will doom them all before the end. They are both right though, and neither of them moves on their position. Then Tyrande takes her sentinels and goes in anyway. The gate closes behind her. Furion has no way to follow. The mission splits into two separate playable sections running simultaneously. Furion pushes deeper into the Barrow Deeps looking for the Druids of the Claw, fighting through Deathwing's black dragonflight remnants along the route, creatures that have no obvious reason to be here, but whose presence in an underground prison network speaks to how thoroughly the Legion's wider disruption has destabilised Kalimdor's natural order. When he finds the Druids of the Claw, they've gone feral. Centuries of sleep without waking, losing themselves in a dream until the Night Elves inside them had been almost entirely replaced by the bears they can transform into. Furion refuses to hurt them. He sounds the horn instead, and the sound reaches whatever is left of who they used to be. Meanwhile, Tyrande fights through the Watchers, the order assigned specifically to guard Illidan's prison, the same people who built their entire purpose around making sure he never got out to reach his cell. The Elder Watcher tells her quest is foolhardy, that even her goddess has condemned the one she's seeking to free, but Tyrande keeps moving.
Illidan, is that you?
Tyrande, it is your voice. After all these ages spent in darkness, your voice is like the pure light of the moon upon my mind.
The Legion has returned, Illidan. Your people have need of you once more.
Because I once cared for you, Tyrande, I will hunt down the demons. But I will never owe our people anything.
Then let us hurry back to the surface. The demon's corruption spreads with every second we waste. Furion.
It has been an eternity, brother. An eternity spent in darkness.
Illidan. You were sentenced to pay for your sins. Nothing more.
And who are you to judge me? We fought the demons side by side, if you recall.
Enough of this, both of you. What is done is done. My love, with Illidan's help, we will drive the demons back once again and save what is left of our beloved land.
Have you even considered the cost, Tyrande? This betrayer's aid may doom us all before the end. I will have nothing to do with this.
Illidan's cell opens. 10,000 years. He steps out into the torchlight, having spent the entire history of Night Elf civilization in darkness, and his first words to his brother are about exactly that. An eternity spent underground, while Furion slept in a dream, and Tyrande kept watch above. Furion tells him he was sentenced to pay for his sins, nothing more. Illidan's response is the one that reopens everything the manual's Night Elf history section thought it had settled. Who was Furion to judge him? They fought the demons side by side, if he recalls. Tyrande cuts them both off. What's done is done. With Illidan's help, they'll drive the demons back and save what's left of their land. Furion's parting line that this betrayer's aid may doom them before the end, and he will have nothing to do with it, is delivered as a statement of fact rather than an argument. He's outvoted, and Illidan is free. The Night Elf history section described Illidan's sealing as permanent. The end of time was the manual's exact phrasing. What actually ended it though was a crisis large enough that the first priestess of Elune decided the risk of releasing him was smaller than the risk of facing Archimonde without him. Whether she's right is the question the next 3 chapters are going to answer, and Furion's expression as Illidan walks past him suggests he already knows what that answer looks like. Chapter 6, A Destiny of Flame and Sorrow.
I am free after 10,000 years. Yet still my own brother thinks I am a villain. I'll show him my true power. I'll show him that the demons have no hold over me.
Are you certain of that, Demon Hunter? Are you certain your will is your own?
You reek of death, human. You'll regret approaching me.
Come then. You'll find that we're evenly matched.
We could go on fighting like this forever. What is it you truly want?
The Dreadlord who commands this undead army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan. It is responsible for corrupting these forests.
And you wish for me to steal it? Why?
Let's just say that I have no love for Tichondrius, and the Lord I serve would benefit from the Legion's downfall.
Why should I believe anything you say, little human?
My master sees all, Demon Hunter. He knows that you've sought power your whole life. Now it lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your enemies will be undone.
The following evening, deep in the corrupted forests of Felwood, Illidan is alone, ranting to himself about his brother. 10,000 years in the dark, and the first thing Furion does is tell him nothing has changed. He's furious, and he's proven it by talking to the forest itself. Then, a cold voice sneers at him from the shadows. The figure that steps out is in Death Knight's armour, carrying a rune blade. Illidan challenges him on instinct, and they fight. An evenly matched duel that tells Illidan this particular human is worth listening to. When it ends, Arthas explains the situation in Felwood. Tichondrius is here, corrupting the forest, and he's carrying a skull of Gul'dan. Arthas serves a master who would benefit from the Legion's downfall. Illidan asks why he should believe a word of this. Arthas' answer is the one that matters. His master knows about Illidan's hunger for power and is aware of how much is almost within his grasp. The Skull of Gul'dan. The artifact the Warcraft II manual spent Gul'dan's entire existence building towards. The necromantic focus through which the Shadow Council's power flowed. The objects used to steal the Dark Portal in Beyond the Dark Portal. The thing Gul'dan died trying to reach in the tomb of Sargeras. The Lich King, watching from Icecrown, has sent his Death Knight to offer it to a Night Elf who just spent 10,000 years in prison for reaching for power he shouldn't have had. The parallel is presumably not lost on Ner'zhul, who has been watching his own addiction to power turn into the thing that destroyed him. Arthas departs and Illidan goes in. The mission is Illidan's alone. The only chapter in the Night Elf campaign where Tyrande and Furion are playable, and the only chapter in Reign of Chaos where the player controls a character who isn't unambiguously on the right side. The objective is to fight through Tichondrius' demonic forces across Felwood, reach the skull and claim it. What happens when Illidan reaches the skull is rendered as an internal monologue that the game shows directly. He picks it up, he notes the demons can no longer corrupt the forest, and then he considers, if he were to consume its power himself, he becomes stronger than any of Archimonde's lieutenants. He does it anyway.
Now, at least the demons will no longer corrupt the forests. But if I destroy the skull and claim its powers as my own, I will become stronger than any of Archimonde's lieutenants. Yes, the power should be mine.
Now I am complete.
Foul demon! What have you done with my brother?
It is I, Furion. This is what I've become.
No. Illidan, how could you?
The leader of the Undead has been destroyed, and the forests will heal in time.
At the cost of your soul? You are no brother of mine. Be gone from this place, and never set foot in our lands again.
So be it, brother.
The transformation is immediate and total, half night elf, half demon, wreathed in the same dark energy that had fueled every warlock and dreadlord this franchise has produced so far. Tichondrius doesn't recognise what's standing in front of him when Illidan finds him, a night elf using chaos damage, one of Archimonde's own lieutenants killed by something wearing a night elf's face with a demon's power running through it. When Furion and Tyrande arrive to find Tichondrius dead and Illidan standing over him in that form, Furion's verdict is the same one he delivered 10,000 years ago at the edge of the new Well of Eternity. Whatever Illidan bought with this, it isn't worth what he paid. He tells him to leave and never return. Illidan's answer, "So be it, brother," is delivered without argument, without defense, without a single backward glance. He walks into a corrupted forest and disappears. This is a chapter that explains why Arthas goes back to Lordaeron immediately after arranging the whole thing. He wasn't here for Tichondrius. He wasn't here for Felwood. He was here because the Lich King needed to know what Illidan would do when power was placed within reach. And now he has his answer. Whatever Ner'zhul is planning for a frozen throne, Illidan's Stormrage just proved he's exactly the kind of instrument that it requires. Interlude: The Last Guardian.
We have no time for this, Furion. What are we doing out here?
Last night in a dream, a great raven spoke to me and summoned me to this place.
We were summoned here as well.
Who are you, Outlanders?
I am Thrall, son of Durotan, war chief of the Horde.
And I am Jaina Proudmoore, leader of the human survivors of Lordaeron.
You are not welcome here.
Peace, priestess. They've come to aid you against the Legion.
It was you in my dream. But who are you to make such an offer to us?
I am the reason for the Legion's return. Years ago, I brought the orcs into this world. By doing so, I opened a path for the demons as well. For my sins, I was murdered by those who I cared for most. Despite my death, war raged across the lands of the East for many long years, leaving entire kingdoms devastated in its wake. Now, at long last, I have returned to set things right. I am Medivh, the last guardian. I tell you now, the only chance for this world is for you to unite in arms against the enemies of all who live.
2 days later, in a glade on Mount Hyjal, Furion tells Tyrande that a great raven spoke to him in a dream and summoned him here. Thrall and Jaina arrive from the other direction. They were summoned too. Tyrande's response to finding a war chief and a human leader standing in a glade is immediate and absolute. They are not welcome here. Then, the raven lands and transforms. The prophet names himself, Medivh, the last guardian, and the confession that follows is the most important thing anyone says in the entire game. He brought the orcs into this world. In doing so, he opened the path for the demons. For his sins, he was murdered by those who cared for him most. War raged across the Eastern Kingdoms for years after his death, leaving kingdoms devastated. He has returned, now, to set things right. The weight of that confession is enormous when placed against everything the first two games established. The Warcraft II manual retconned Medivh from an accidental catalyst into a deliberate architect of the First War. The deal with Gul'dan, the tomb of Sargeras as payment, Azeroth's destruction as terms. Aegwyn's account described the corruption that caused it as something planted in him before birth, carried from the power she transferred to him in 559, reaching back to Sargeras himself. Medivh standing in a glade on Mount Hyjal and admitting responsibility doesn't erase any of that complexity. He was corrupted. He was also the one who made the bargain. Both things are true, and his his return, resurrected, apparently, through means the game doesn't explain here, is built on the understanding that accountability and victimhood can occupy the same person simultaneously. His line to the four of them is the thesis of Reign of Chaos, delivered by the character whose choice has made it necessary. The only chance for this world is to unite in arms against the enemies of all who live. For people who have been on opposite sides of wars for the entire history of the franchise stand in a glade and agree. Not because they trust each other, because Medivh is standing in front of them and he spent the prologue and 3 full campaigns making sure they all ended up here, together on the one continent that matters, at the foot of the mountain that the Legion is marching towards. The preparation time is over. Whatever Furion has been planning since he woke up, it's about to need everyone in this clearing. Chapter 7, Twilight of the Gods.
I'm sorry I'm late. It's just as we feared. Archimonde and his Doomguard are making their way towards the summit. He'll be here any moment.
10,000 years ago, we Night Elves defeated the Burning Legion. Though the rest of the world was shattered, we were left free to live out our immortal lives in peace, bound to the World Tree. We are its protectors, and through it we were granted immortality and power over nature. Now, at last, it is time we gave that power back.
You realize that we will age as these mortals do. Our powers over nature will wane in time.
If pride gives us pause, my love, then perhaps we have lived long enough already. I will proceed to the summit and prepare our defenses there. Whatever comes, my love, remember, our bond is eternal.
Hear me, Night Elves. The time for reckoning has come.
If you can provide our bases with support and keep us from being overwhelmed, Thrall and I will delay Archimonde's ascent.
Your plan is a bold one, girl. Perhaps I have misjudged you, Outlanders. May Elune shine upon you.
The camera sweeps over 3 bases positioned in a line up Mount Hyjal's mountainside. Human forces at the base of the ascent, Orc forces above them, Night Elf forces closest to the summit, with Ner'zhul behind them. Jaina teleports into a meeting with Furion, Tyrande and Thrall near the human position. The plan is delivered simply. Delay Archimonde's ascent long enough for Furion to finish preparing whatever he's been quietly working on since the last Guardian interlude. He doesn't tell anyone what the plan is, he just asks them to hold. The mission is the most structurally unusual in the entire game. Not a base building chapter or a puzzle, but a 45-minute survival defense with 3 allied bases standing between Archimonde's forces and the summit. The player controls the Night Elf position at the top while managing the defense of all 3. Archimonde's army rolls through the human base first, then the Orc base, each one buying time measured in minutes rather than victories. What makes the final phase extraordinary is what the Night Elf base does when the army reaches it. The forest fights back, trees uproot themselves, Night Elf buildings detach from the ground and attack. Everything the Night Elf civilization has spent 10,000 years tending to rises to defend it in the last minutes of battle, and it still isn't enough to stop Archimonde personally. He slaughters the last defenders and smashes the gate to the summit. Moments after, Furion's trap is finally ready.
Archimonde's victory here has made him overconfident. He will not see the trap that I laid for him until it is too late.
At last, the way to the World Tree is clear. Witness the end, you mortals. The final hour has come.
The Outlanders held him back as long as they could. Were you successful in planning the summit's defense?
Yes. Now our victory is assured.
Archimonde reaches Ner'zhul and prepares to absorb its power. Furion sounds the horn of Cenarius. Thousands of wisps, the spirit workers of the Night Elf people, the beings that tend their living buildings and maintain the forest, answer the call and converge on Archimonde from every direction simultaneously. They detonate on impact, thousands of them, incinerating the Defiler in a blast that takes the World Tree and the surrounding forest with him. The trap wasn't a weapon, it was a sacrifice. Every wisp that died in that moment was a piece of the living forest choosing to end the thing that threatened it, at the cost of itself. Archimonde, the demon who burned Kalimdor 10,000 years ago and whose return the Night Elves spent a millennium quietly dreading, is gone. Cinematic Eternity's End.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
The cost of the victory is the campaign's final image. Ner'zhul is damaged. The blast that killed Archimonde scorched the World Tree along with him. Medivh confirms what that means. The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. But the enchantments that Nozdormu and Ysera wove into Ner'zhul 10,000 years ago, the ones that granted the Night Elves immortality and bound the Druids to the Emerald Dream, are gone along with the power that sustained them. The Kel'Darai aged now. The 10,000-year vigil that produced the Sentinels, the Druids, the entire civilization the campaign has been defending was built on a foundation that no longer exists. Medivh's closing words don't soften it. He tells them that just as the races of the world united against a single enemy, the forces of nature rose up to end the Legion's threat, and that his own purpose, guiding all of them across an ocean to this mountain, was to show them the world no longer needs a guardian watching over it. The future belongs to mortal hands. Then he takes his place among the legends of the past. What the Warcraft II retcon made Medivh, a deliberate architect of the worst catastrophe his world had ever faced, ends here. Whether the sacrifice here was enough is a question the franchise is going to keep asking for the next 2 decades. And that's the end of Warcraft III Reign of Chaos. 4 campaigns, 1 converging story. The Legion is beaten, the World Tree stands, damaged but alive, and for the first time since Warcraft 1, the different peoples of Azeroth end a game as allies. The threads the Frozen Throne pick up from here are the ones this game deliberately left unresolved. Arthas still hears a voice that never stops speaking to him. Illidan is somewhere in the dark, changed beyond recognition, with power nobody fully understands yet, and nothing left to lose. Sylvanas Windrunner holds a ruined kingdom and a grudge that has been sharpening for months, and somewhere in the ice at the top of the world, a throne built from the prison of a broken shaman is waiting for the one person it was always designed for. And that is for the next video in this series, and the Frozen Throne doesn't give anyone a clean ending. I was going to add it to the end of this video, but it's already ridiculously long, so for now, thank you all so much for watching. If you want to join these legends as a channel member yourself, click the join button down below. You can support me for as little as £1.99 per month. Thank you all again for the support, and I'll see you in Northrend.